evening session for June 10th, 2021 is now in session. Roll call, please.
Carlson,
Here.
Maniscalco, Dingfelder, Citro,
Here.
Vieira, Miranda,
Here.
and Goods.
Here,
We have a physical quorum present.
Madam Clerk, just for the record, Councilman Dingfelder and Vieira advised they will be running a little bit late, but they will be here virtually this evening. Mr. Shelby, you will give the rules, the House rules of City Council, please, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of City Council. Martin Shelby, the City Council Attorney. Today is Thursday, June 10th, 2021, and we're here after 6 p.m. at Old City Hall for tonight's quasi-judicial and land-use-related matters of the City Council, which are being held during the COVID-19 state of emergency. The meeting is conducted live with an in-person quorum present in council chambers. I believe Councilman Vieira will be appearing virtually tonight when he does arrive. In response to the COVID-19 restrictions, members of the public are encouraged to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. Tonight's meeting is held in accordance with the emergency rules of procedures adopted by Resolution number 2020-225 and is amended by Resolution number 2020-490 and Resolution number 2021-241. The public and the citizens of Tampa are able to watch this meeting tonight on cable TV Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet at tampa.gov/livestream, one word. Now, there are multiple ways for the public to participate in a hybrid public hearing on a quasi-judicial matter, one way is to participate remotely through CMT. That requires pre-registration, and those instructions are available to the public at tampa.gov/quasi, QUASI. And the instructions for these meetings and the notices for these meetings are available to the public on the city's webpage, the City Council's webpage at tampa.gov/city council, one word. Now, in order to participate via CMT remotely, the public must have access to a CMT device such as a tablet or a computer equipped with a camera or a microphone. These specific two-way video virtual meeting formats for them, cell phones and smartphones are not compatible, as they will not allow people to share their camera when connected. And with regard to documents and other evidence that have been submitted in advance, those have been available to be submitted via email or U.S. mail, and the documents are available to see and the emails are available to read in advance before the meeting, and the instructions again are at tampa.gov/quasi. Final note, if you are participating by the GoToMeeting platform, there is a chat box. Please be reminded, members of the public, that the chat box is not to be used for communicating with City Council members or with anybody else regarding the substance of tonight's hearings. They're only to be used for technical issues and bringing to light any technical issues that need to be solved. And finally, Council, a request for those who are going to be testifying tonight at a hearing. If you are a member of a neighborhood organization and you are representing the neighborhood organization, will you please state that in your comments to inform City Council? That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Let's go through the agenda for any housekeeping notes. You and staff, please, sir.
Hi, yes, Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination. Housekeeping note, item number 4 on the agenda cannot be heard due to a misnotice. So item number 4, please take off the agenda.
Motion to remove, please.
Motion to remove.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Anything else, sir?
Can we please swear in?
All right, item number 1. Can we, IT, can we get his volume up a little bit, sir? I can't hear him. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Item number 1.
If we can, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Open, I'm 1 through 10 minus 4.
Second.
Motion moved by Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
And I believe, Mr. Chairman, that the people who are on the second floor have been sworn in. That's my understanding.
That is my understanding, sir. Have been
Thank you.
sworn.
Staff is not sworn in. Can I please swear in?
Madam Clerk?
Can you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, case number 1, file number REZ 21-06. This is for 6008 North Armenia Avenue, proposing a rezoning from CI to PD. I will pass it along now to Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Danny Collins. Can you share my screen? Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our first case is in the University Planning District. Public transit service is provided along North Armenia Avenue corridor by Hart Route 16. Connects the subject site to Yukon Transfer Center and Britton Plaza. The subject site is not within a known neighborhood association, and the site is not within an evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. It's outlined in this purple color. It's on the west portion of North Armenia Avenue, which contains predominantly non-residential uses. There are residential uses to the north and west of the subject site. Here's the adopted future land use map. The subject site is within the within the CC 35 designation. This should also expand over to the adjacent parcel to the west, which is recognized under the residential 6 Hillsborough County future land use designation. The boundary runs west of the subject site for Hillsborough County. There is CC 35 predominantly along Armenia Avenue, and then there is residential 10 a couple blocks to the east and a few blocks to the south of the subject site. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the proposed plan developments and determined that the request is inconsistent with several of the mixed-use corridor policies. Due to the lack of internal pedestrian connections, Planning Commission staff has concerns with pedestrian safety and accessibility. Land use policy 6.1.5 seeks to ensure pedestrian access between buildings and transit stops are provided. Though pedestrian connections are provided between buildings 1 and 2, no pedestrian connections are provided to building 3 into the existing 10,000 square foot building. Thus, it is unclear how pedestrians will safely and accessibly navigate between uses within the site. Additionally, land use policy 15.2.6 encourages building entrances to be oriented to and connect to a public sidewalk. Building entrances are not recorded on the site plan, and the proposed PD does not provide pedestrian connections from the proposed sidewalk on North Armenia Avenue to buildings 1 and 2, which is inconsistent with this policy, and that's land use policy 15.2.6. Given that the PD proposes office uses in addition to warehouse and factory uses, and the site is located within both a mixed-use corridor and transit emphasis corridor, these concerns should be addressed on any revised plans. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Madam Clerk, you should know that Mr. Dingfelder has arrived.
I got it, yes.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, next.
All right, thank you, Danny. Can I please have control of the screen? Wonderful. Can everyone see my screen?
See your screen.
All right, case number REZ 21-06. The applicant and representative name is Gerald McCants. Property address is 6008 North Armenia Avenue. This is a proposed rezoning from CI, commercial intensive, to PD, planned development warehouse. There are no proposed waivers. Looking at the site plan here, you'll see that the proposal is for 3 warehouses here, 1, 2, and 3 where my cursors are. 3 structures containing a total of 10,400 square feet, while retaining the existing 10,000 square foot structure here to the south. The total site has acreage of 1.9 acres, and the required parking on the site is 62 spaces, and the applicant is proposing here 28 spaces. So a waiver will be required and must be received city council approval. Looking at the site plan, or looking at the overhead aerial view here, the site is actually split with the city and the county. So the city is on the east side, and the county, as you see this line, is separated in the property on the west side here. All access comes off of North Armenia to the site. To the south, you have West Henry Avenue, West Clifton, and to the north, you have West Hannah, West Paris. The proposed setbacks of the structures are, to the north, you have 11.2 feet. To the south, you have 5'1". To the east, you have 35 feet, and to the west, you have 21 feet. All the surrounding uses are multifamily residential and also commercial to the east. You have single family also scattered to the south. Moving along, second slides, you have the elevations of the warehouses. And also you have the pictures of the site. So the picture to the very left is of the existing. Also to the picture in the center is also the existing site, but where the proposed buildings are going to be placed. To the south of the site, you have a new use tires shop. To the east of the site, you have a tax service fund refund shop. And to the north of the site, you have those rental apartments to the north. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please reference findings by Development Coordination related to the existing development pattern in the immediate area. Should it be to the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed to the applicant by the applicant between the first and second reading of ordinance as stated on the revision sheet. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Hello, hello. Yes, good evening. Yes, there was one correction I wanted to note during the staff analysis where we are requesting 2 waivers.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Chairman, you're right there, sir.
If we could have his name for the record, please.
This is Gerald McCants.
Thank you.
So I'm Gerald McCants. I'm the agent to the owner. The owner's Allied Property Holdings. We are requesting a change from CI zoning to PD. The area outlined in red is the proposed area, which is controlled by the city and fronts along Armenia Avenue. The parcel to the east is controlled by the county. The purpose of our rezoning is that this site faces a unique condition, which is a reason for our rezoning based on a municipal code. The area outlined in red is that rear parcel that's controlled by the county that does not have any access to any thoroughfare or to any local road. So it's essentially landlocked. So we are only proposing to use the PD for the city-owned lot. The existing conditions of that parcel that is controlled by the city that fronts along Armenia Avenue is primarily vacant lot. This is a view to the north where you can see beyond the multifamily complex, and then the view to the south where you can see beyond residential, and it also abuts onto commercial. This is the front facade of the existing warehouse, which we propose to maintain. There will be no change, and the use will continue as it is currently as a warehouse, and it butts onto Armenia Avenue. And this warehouse is abutting to the southern boundary of that parcel. This is another perspective view of the same warehouse oriented to the north, where we intend to provide our site plan for the proposed warehouses. Furthermore, our purpose for rezoning is to create a efficient and sustainable use of land and to integrate that land and improve and enhance the environment around it based on the site plan design. And we're trying to incorporate and use ingenuity and innovation into the site plan. It allows for flexible development, which we also will show the exterior elevations, present architectural features that will also be complementing to the community. The proposed site plan shows the existing warehouse fronting along Armenia Avenue and the 3 proposed warehouses, and also the parcel to the that is controlled by the county. We are only allowed to provide retention and green space. We provided proposed parking and access within the site to the warehouse, which already has access to Armenia, and we'll create a new access from Armenia to the proposed parking area. We computed our parking based on the warehouse formula, and we actually exceeded the requirement for parking for a warehouse. Here's a large plan that shows the proposed development, the existing warehouse, our containment for our trash collection. We created also the vehicle turns for large vehicles for the sanitary, for trash retrieval, and also for fire truck access and turnaround, which was consistent. The 2 waivers we are requesting is a reduction to the buffer that's from 10 feet to 8 feet on the northern boundary. All other site development criteria was met. The second waiver was a reduction in parking due to the unavailability of the lot that's controlled by the county. The architectural style, we are complementing with stucco and with brick face stucco banding, overhead doors, storefront, doors and windows. This will be a pre-engineered metal building, and it will follow in similar style to the other 2 buildings. This is a building to the south that's smaller than the 2 buildings that are oriented east-west on the northern boundary. In conclusion, we believe that we've met the conditions based on the municipal code. Our site plan has been found consistent. The density, we are not exceeding based on the land use category. Our dimensional regulations, we have no adverse effect on the surrounding community. We are enhancing it based on existing photos that you saw previously. We met all the conditions for site development within our site design and our architectural elevation. That concludes my presentation.
Ms. Dingfeld, I saw your hand. You recognize, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCants. I guess I need to ask staff first if there's a discrepancy between the staff report and the presentation we just heard as related to parking, because the staff report says 62 spaces required, 25 spaces provided. So what are we hearing? Zane?
Yes, sir. Correction to the staff report and to the PowerPoint slide. There are two waivers here: the reduction to the buffer and the reduction in parking. This will actually now be considered inconsistent by staff.
Okay, so Mr. McCants, going to you then, and I'm looking on page A3 of your PD site plan. Are you saying you're providing the 62 spaces? Or are you acknowledging that you're not?
No, yes, we are acknowledging that we are asking for the reduction in parking.
Now, how many spaces are you providing? Because when I look on your site
Right.
plan,
We have, yeah.
it looks like you've got 62 spaces numbered. So,
Well, there was, the original site plan included the incorporation of the county lot, which we did meet, but we were instructed by the county, which was the reason for the continuance, that they would not allow parking on the county-controlled lot, and we could only use that rear parcel, which is landlocked, for retention.
okay.
That
So
led
you
to
have
the
a
waiver.
So you have a substitute page, A3, or?
No, this was the final page that was submitted that's on the Elmo, where we
All right,
had
let me-
removed the
let's see-
parking.
Let's see that again then. All
So
right, well,
we
that
were-
must be a different, it's a different A3 than was provided maybe a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, but this was submitted when we found out that the county would not allow parking on the parcel that's controlled.
All right.
We updated the site plan and the trash and fire auto turn, which I had presented prior. So we had to ask for a reduction in parking in order to fit the development on the parcel that's controlled by the city only.
Okay, so it's my understanding that the parking requirement for a warehouse
Yes.
is derived from the number of
Em-
employees
Yes.
that are expected to be at that warehouse.
Yes,
In other words, a lot of times you might have a warehouse and you might have 2 people
right,
in the whole warehouse.
yes.
But in this case, I think there's some indication that you have a bunch, well, even this page here says 58 occupants.
Yes, and I use that to intentionally exceed the requirements so we can try to plot the warehouses on a higher parking ratio than the factor. So when you look at warehousing, factor is 0.6 times the maximum staff that will be at that facility during the time of day, whenever hours that is controlled by the occupant. So since they are shell buildings, I only used so a higher count. So you use the 0.6 times the square foot of the building to obtain a higher number, even though whoever chooses to rent out one of the warehouses, they will have more than enough parking based on whatever use they have. So they may only have 5 people working.
So you created your own sort of inconsistency a little bit by overestimating the number
Well-
of employees?
Well, we wanted to make sure that we were allowing for parking for the existing warehouse to the south and then the 3 new warehouses.
Okay. All right, what happens if you get somebody who does need a lot more parking spaces? Is there an opportunity for overflow? Where are they gonna go, and are they gonna bother any neighbors?
Right, and that's what we did not want to do. So when we originally submitted, we were planning on using that landlocked portion for overflow parking. And that's the whole rationale for creating additional parking and handicap parking, is to exceed the requirement because, because there may be peak times, certain times of day where there may be more people frequenting one of the warehouses than the other, but then it's all based on the use. And so if you look back at the use of warehousing, it is significantly lower than most other uses due to the functionality of warehouses only being shipping and receiving, or just typical storage.
All right. One last question to staff. Other than the technical deficiency in parking, do you have a planning objection to what's being offered here? As planners, not in regard to, you know, exactly what the code says. I know the code might say 62 and he's offering 25 and that sort of thing. But
I understand. No, the inconsistency is based off of those transportation findings.
So otherwise you're okay with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Miranda, you recognize, sir?
I just want to know from staff, what does a warehouse mean? Just a big building with nobody in it? Or does it mean that you can get a warehouse zoning and you can put a factory in there with 30 people working? I don't know. I don't know that answer.
Staff?
I'll look it up here on Municode for the definition for you.
So the current zoning, Mr. Miranda, is
Yeah.
commercial intensive, which I think does allow light manufacturing.
Sure, but that's in one building that I guess, I'm talking to myself now, I guess that they don't want to take the original building down. They want to build 3 others. When they built the 3 others, then that kicks off the parking problem.
Mm-hmm.
Got it? Yes. Warehouse here. Warehouse is an establishment whose principal use is the bulk storage of merchandise, products of materials for a fee or charge, or for distribution to other locations operated by the same business or establishment. A warehouse may include accessory wholesale sales, but shall not include retail sales or mini warehouses. That's the definition via Municode.
But it does include manufacturing?
No, it does not include manufacturing, no.
I can hardly hear you. I think your mic is way low.
Oh, sorry about that. No, it does not include manufacturing.
Thank you.
Well, in that case, when he comes back for second reading, up at the top of the first page, it says, and proposed warehouse, factory, and office. So you might want to get him to change that title on the top, just so there's no confusion 20 years from now.
All right.
Anyone else? All right. We have everybody on the second floor for this item? Anyone on the second floor for this item?
This is Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There is no one here to speak on behalf of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Under. Do we have anybody registered for this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Move to close. Ms. Maniscalco, move to close. Mr. Second, Mr. Miranda, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. All right. Mr. Maniscalco, would you mind,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 6008 North Armenia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CI commercial intensive to PD plan development warehouse, providing an effective date, and I believe the applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and I find that the requested waivers do not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare. Also, between now and second reading, if they could take away, what was the word, manufacturing?
correct, I believe.
So there's no issues with that, so we know that there's no manufacturing in this warehouse setting. Just for clarity,
May I inquire, Mr. Chairman, what about the office? Was that part of that or not? I just want to be clear. In terms of the use, Mr. Dingfelder, did you have an issue, and do we have to,
I think we'd have to ask staff if office is an allowed use in something that's been described as a quote warehouse. Sometimes you do have a small little office attached to a warehouse.
do we
but-
want to reopen the public, do we have to reopen the
So
public
move to
hearing?
reopen.
Sorry.
I got it.
Mr. Miranda has moved to reopen hearing, second by Mr. Seacher, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
If we could inquire of staff, please.
Good evening, Council. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Councilman Dinkfelder, you are correct. There can be accessory uses like that office use, because typically it's not really a use, it'd be an accessory use, because the warehouse would be the initial use and the proposed use, and then they can have that ancillary, office desk and such in a warehouse setting. So staff does understand your concern about the manufacturing being on the site plan, and it should be removed between first and second reading, whereas the only use listed for this plan development is the warehouse use.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And could our technical staff turn up the volume for our zoning staff? Because Zane was faint and Ryan was faint and.
We're all faint.
Test. Can you guys hear me better now?
Can you hear me better?
It's getting there.
Okay.
All right, we need.
I'll step my side up too.
That's good.
And
Move to close.
also before you close, just to confirm, for Mr. Maniscalco's sake, there are revisions that are required between first and second reading in addition to that change. Is that correct?
That is correct, and they're based off the staff report. So it'd be those addition. I think there's the waivers. I'm sorry if I don't have that in front of me, but yes, based on the staff report, Mr. Shelby.
Thank you so much. I apologize.
All right,
Chairman,
Ms. Maniscalco's moved to close in second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Dingfelder, all in favor?
aye.
Any opposed?
All right,
Motion
and then, just to add on the motion, the proposed uses are comparable to the development pattern found along this portion of North Armenia, consistent with land use policy 15.2.1, as well as the revisions that need to be made between first and second reading. We already said to strike the manufacturing as well from the site plan or from the revision sheet, and I believe that's it.
Ms. Maniscalco has moved the item. Second.
I'll second it, and not just with a comment.
Second by Mr. Dingfelder, you recognize.
Thank you. That's a big waiver of parking spaces, but it's a strange code provision, and the applicant has even acknowledged. I think that if he had come to us and said, yeah, we're probably going to have 15 or 20 employees, then the number of parking spaces would drop accordingly. That's my understanding of how this particular warehouse parking requirement works. So anyway, in light of that, I think he's kind of created his own hardship in a positive way, and I can accept and endorse the motion.
All right, Ms. Maniscalco has moved it. Ms. Dingfelder, second. Roll call.
Viera, Dingfelder, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Cedro. Motion carried with Viera being absent, Cedro voted no. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 15th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Move on to item number 2.
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, going over case number REZ 20-102. This is for 3604 West Iowa Avenue, proposing rezoning from RS 60 to RS 50. I will now pass it along to Planning Commission. Danny?
Hi, everyone. This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the South Tampa Planning District, more specifically within the Inner Bay South of Dandy neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is Skyview Park, being located approximately a half mile to the east of the subject site. Closest public transit stop is located approximately 1,400 feet to the west along Southdale Mabry Highway. The site is within a level B evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. The subject site's outlined in this purple color. It's on the south side of West Iowa Avenue, and then just to the east of, the west of South Pines Avenue. The surrounding development pattern is predominantly residential in character. Here's an aerial map, here is the adopted future land use map. Currently subject sites under that residential 10 future land use designation, which allows for the consideration of single family detached residences. It's surrounded by that residential 10 on all sides. One block to the west of the subject site is residential 20. And then just to the north of the subject site is land utilized for land recognized under the public semi-public designation. Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The request would allow for a development that is similar in form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses found along this portion of West Paxton Avenue. Additionally, the request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present population. Finally, the request is consistent with the long-range development pattern encouraged under the residential 10 future land use. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? City staff?
Thank you. Can I have control of the screen, please? Thank you. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over case REZ 20-102. The applicant and representative name is Blake Frazier. Property address 3604 West Iowa Avenue. The proposed rezoning is from RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family. This being a Euclidean zoning request, therefore no waivers are permitted here. Looking at the overhead view of the site outlined here in red, to the north you have West Iowa Avenue, to the east you have South Himes Avenue, to the west you have South Sterling Avenue, and below you have Ohio Avenue. The rezone is to allow the creation of 2 single-family residential lots. If you see the survey here, you'll see that the property is approximately 100 by 147 feet, for a total lot area of 14,700 square feet. The one property here located to the west of the West Iowa Avenue and South Himes Avenue intersection here is lot 4. And then here to the east, you have lot 3 of block 3. Moving along here, you see the plat. As you see, lot 3 and 4 are labeled or shown here with a green border. As you look at the conforming map here, you'll see the surrounding area being surrounded to the north, west, and east with the RS60 zoning. And to the south, you'll see RS50 and RS60 zoning also, as you see the lot right here. The plat was originally done in 1914. It has lots varying from 50 feet to 138 feet in width, and in length from 139 feet to 294 feet. 148 zoning lots were actually analyzed here. 61% of those lots had a width of greater than 60 feet. And 39% of those lots had a width of 59.99 feet or less. Pursuant to the review of the existing development pattern, the subject property contains 20 total lots. 6 or 30% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 14 or 70% of those lots have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. The block of West Iowa Avenue contains 16 total zoning lots. 56% of those lots have been developed with 60 feet of width or greater, and 44% of those lots have been identified as widths of 59.99 feet or less. Based on those analysis, staff finds the request inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the study area, block, and block face. Moving along here, you'll see pictures of the site. This is a dead-on straight picture of the site. To the east of the site, you see residential single family. Also, you see the intersection. To the west of the site, also, you'll see residential single family and intersection to the west. Again, the recommendation from staff, after review of the application, found this inconsistent with the City of Tampa code ordinances. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right, guess we'll hear from the applicant.
Hi, my name's Blake Frazier. I am the agent for this rezone application. First, I'd like to thank the city staff and county staff for preparing this report. As mentioned, this is a Euclidean rezone from RS60 to RS50 so that we can split the parcel at the platted lot lines and conform to those properties that surround us. Honestly, I was pretty surprised earlier this week whenever I received the staff report. I personally have rezoned several properties within this immediate area, including the property across the street at 3609 West Iowa. And in all those staff reports, we were found consistent with the Land Development Code, and the ordinances were adopted for the rezone. Also, I used to work for a company that's done several rezones in there prior to my tenure with them. And in each of those reports, we were found consistent and ordinances were adopted per the Land Development Code. So after receiving the report, I decided to do a study of my own. I'd like to present my findings for the overall area and then cycle back to the staff reports as we conclude.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. I'm sorry, Blake, does this application have anything to do with NEO?
No, sir.
Okay, this is just your own?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You continue seeing, sir.
I was concerned about a potential conflict, but
Okay, sir.
thank you.
Yep. So on my on this first diagram, this shows the overall area of the original plat from 1914, excluding some properties down here that have been replatted into another subdivision. And if you end up counting all these RS50s and PDs up here, you'll see that there's been at least 17 rezones within this overall area. The next diagram I have is the overall plat as well. And I've separated that plat into the commercial properties, multifamily, municipally owned properties, and then properties that have been replatted to other subdivisions. The commercial will be identified in purple. The multifamily will be in orange. The municipally owned properties will be in red. And these gray properties down here are the properties that have been replatted to other subdivisions. And then this light gray strip is the expansion of Southdale Mabry Highway. Next, I also present a report that totals the number of lots by block, the number of lots with front footages less than 59 feet, or 59.99 feet or less, number of lots with 60 feet or more of lot frontage, and the percent of the non-conforming lots per the overall subdivision. Or the lots that would be 59.99 feet or less. The totals are obviously at the bottom of this report. Going back to the plat, I would like to point out two things. The first is that I'd like to mention that I included the southeastern portion of the original plat. The great majority of these lots have actually are now identified as some sort of replat, revision, or re-subdivision of the Interbay plat. Including this portion did not work out in my favor. It actually lowers the percentage of non-conforming lots by more than 2.5%. But then also I would like to point out on this plat that the majority of the lots, excluding the southeastern portion, would be platted as 50-foot lots throughout. Only the two westernmost lots on these 5 blocks are 60 feet or more, and then a handful of lots within block 6 and 7 are 60 feet or greater as well, mainly due to the irregularity of how the roadways work through those specific blocks. Also, I'd like to mention in this report that we found that 74 lots within the overall area had either obtained RS50 or PD zoning to comply with their specific lot frontages, and that was 15% of the overall studied area. Now I would like to transition back over to the staff report for the previous rezone that I had gotten at 3609 West Iowa Avenue across the street, which we were found consistent, and that lot was rezoned to RS50. I have the overall map here. As you can see, the subject area is a much smaller geographical area, a much smaller sample size. So if we were actually able to follow this style analysis pattern and examine only the non-replatted portions of the original plat, we would identify 9 different blocks from the original plat, including the block that the subject property is on. That'd be blocks 3, 6, 7, 23, 24, 29, 30, 31, and 32. On these subject blocks, there are 103 total residential lots. 56 of those lots are non-conforming. 47 of those lots are conforming to RS60. So that'd be 54.37% non-conforming to RS60 within the immediate block surrounding our parcel. I believe that this data proves that this Euclidean rezone is consistent with the Land Development Code. I would ask that council would take these findings into consideration while determining, approval. That concludes my presentation. I will be available for questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? Ms. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, Mr. Frazier. When you put up the that one illustration that had I think 4 different tables, you got that one handy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's on the screen now.
So there's no attribution there. Who generated this? Did you do it yourself, or?
Yes, this was a self-study.
Okay. And on that point, have you already submitted these documents into the record?
Not as of this time, no, sir. We got the staff report, I believe, on Monday, so I have not uploaded it yet.
Okay. So, Mr. Shelby, I don't know what we've been doing in the past in regard to various cases, but I guess we need to make sure that when people have documents on the second floor that these documents get to the clerk.
Well, we can make arrangements for that. He has the ability to email them within 24 hours to the address of the located in the instructions, which I can.
Well, that sounds a little loosey-goosey.
Yes, that's true, but it's the obligation if the petitioner wants that in the record. If he has these downstairs on the second floor,
yes, sir.
do you wish to? Do you have? Is this your only copy? Do you have other copies?
It's my only copy, but I'd be happy to bring it upstairs.
No, I personally don't need it. I mean, you've shown it to us. I just want to make sure, Mr. Shelby, as you do, that the record is clear on all of these cases, when
I can come down and put them into the record if he wishes, or if he wants to keep the original. Maybe, I don't have the instructions in front of me. Let's see if we do.
All right, well, you guys can figure it out maybe after the case is over.
Hey, hold on. No, I think it's a good point. Councilman and Mr. Chairman, if you could just bear with me.
So my other question, Mr. Chairman, is to staff, while Mr. Shelby is looking into those legalities, is staff, you heard a different analysis for this. Do you have any response?
Evening, Council. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. To address your question, the map that is produced in the staff report is the current map that staff utilizes to do their staff analysis. It's where we take a 13-20-foot radius of the area, and then we start breaking it down to conform to the development pattern of the existing lot or block. As you can probably see in your staff report, we excluded some CG portion properties and things of that nature that was previously discussed at council to really give a further defined staff analysis of the development pattern of that block face and area. The map that the applicant is showing is not something that staff would review upon. The map that was proposed or shown in the staff report is what we are basing our staff analysis on, to answer your question, sir.
Mr. Dingfelder?
So it appeared, not having them side by side, but it appeared that we being the city staff, or you being the city staff, are using perhaps a tighter area, a smaller area? And did he go much broader than that? Is that what I'm seeing, Ryan?
Yes, sir. You know, if you go different ways on maps, I mean, it can pull in different lots, which can affect the numbers of the overall staff analysis. The narrower version is because once we get the 1320 radius and we start narrowing it down, we're not going to cross over like Southdale Mabry, for instance, on that conforming map. Also to the east, you see like, was that Thorpe and Main Street, there's a different subdivision line, like streets and everything else. So we do take into account the overall subdivision, but then we start breaking it down to that individual block face and such, and that's where we get the overall inconsistency finding. As you could see on the staff report on the conforming map page, yes, to the south on Ohio, there's a lot of lots that are 50 to 54 feet. They're all in the blue. But if you were to look at the subject property and the staff analysis on the block and block face, those numbers would be skewed, and we just go off the actual numbers of those lots, the widths and the numbers and the percentages.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else, any questions? Mr. Shelby, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've taken the opportunity, Ms. Rosario has taken those documents. They're being photocopied by Ms. Henderson. As we speak, we're going to ask that those be made part of the record. And just for Mr. Frazier and the other people in the audience, other applicants, in the rules or the instructions, it states, just so I can say it and make it clear, applicants and all other participants who elect to submit evidence by sharing their screen at the time of the hearing or downstairs if they want a copy into the record, must submit a complete electronic copy of all documents presented during the public hearing to, and this is the email address, Council Quasi Submissions, one word, Council Quasi Submissions at tampa.gov within 24 hours of the conclusion of the hearing. And again, those instructions are available on the City Council's webpage. And I see them, if you can give them to the clerk, please.
Yeah, I'll be sure to do that.
That's okay, I appreciate that. Anyway, they are, the documents, sir, Mr. Frazier, are being handed to the clerk to be made part of the record.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant? Is there anybody on the second floor? Reference to this item.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There is no one here to speak on behalf of this item. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any registered,
There are no registered speakers for this item.
move to close?
So moved. Second.
Mr. Maniscalco has moved. Mr. Miranda has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Carlson, would you read number 2, please?
Can I pass, please?
All right, you can pass. Ms. Citro?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 20-102. Ordinance being presented for first reading and consideration of ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 3604 West Iowa Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date as the petitioner has met the burden of proof. It is consistent with land use objective 2.1, policy 2.1.2, and housing policy 1.3.4, and it's consistent with land use objection 9.2, which intends to ensure that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes and accommodates projected population.
Second.
A second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Citro,
Yes.
Goode,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
No.
and Viera. Motion carried with Viera being absent. Dingfelder and Carlson voted no. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 15 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Item number 3.
Thank you, sir. Item number 3, REZ 21-22. This is for 804 West Park Avenue, proposed rezoning from RS 60 to PD, residential, single-family detached. I will now pass it along to Planning Commission.
Danny Collins, can you share my screen, please? Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Ridgewood Park neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is Phillips Park, being located approximately 1,000 feet to the north of the subject site. Closest public transit stop is located 3 blocks north of the subject site on West Columbus Drive. The site is within a level A evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. It's shown just on the south side of West Park Avenue. It's outlined in this purple color, surrounded by predominantly residential uses. Here's the adopted future land use map. Currently, the subject site is recognized under the residential 10 future land use designation. It's surrounded by the res 10 on all sides. There is some residential 20 on 1 block to the south of the subject site. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The request would allow for development that is similar in form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses found within this portion of the Ridgewood Park neighborhood. Additionally, the request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing population. The City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant, underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to Tampa's present and future populations. Finally, request is consistent with the long-range development pattern encouraged under the residential 10 land use designation. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Any questions for Mr. Collins, Planning Commission? All right, we'll move on to the city staff.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination. Going over REZ 21-22. The applicant and representative name is Steve Michelini. Property address 804 West Park Avenue. This is proposed rezoning from RS 60, residential single family, to PD, planned development, residential single family detached. There are 2 waivers here, both relating to trees. The request to pay into the applicable planning district tree trust fund for mitigation trees that cannot be planted on site. And then also the second one to reduce the percentage of trees preserved on a non-wooded site from 50% to 39%. Looking at the overhead view of the site here, marked in red, as you can see, North Glenwood Drive comes down here to the east. To the north, you have West Park Avenue. Diagonal here to the northwest and to the southwest, you have North Ridge Avenue coming down, and then to the south, you have West Ross Avenue. As you see here on the survey, you have Lot 1 and Lot 2 on Block E. As you know, they are trying, the applicant would like to put 2 single-family homes on, 1 single-family home on each lot. The property located to the northeast corner of West Park Avenue and North Glen Drive, Lot 1, They're proposing a two-story structure containing 2,026 square feet on the first floor and 2,125 square feet on the second floor. To the south, Lot 2, you have a two-story structure being also proposed, containing 1,547 square feet on the first floor and 1,547 square feet on the second floor. Lot 1 here has a width of 55 feet and a depth of 128 feet and a total area of 7,172 square feet. And Lot 2 here to the south has a width of 55 feet and lot depth of 129 feet with a total area of 7,137 square feet. The setbacks are as follows. For Lot 1, to the west you have 41 feet, east 25 feet, north 7 feet, south 5 feet. For Lot 2, to the south, you'll have west 65 feet and 10 inches, east 25 feet, north 8 feet, and 7 feet to the south. Moving along here, you'll see the plat. You'll see Lot 1 and Lot 2 outlined in green. The subdivision was originally platted in 1922. The subject application seeks to split the lot of record to create two buildable lots here. The overall area of the analysis includes 282 total zoning lots. 138 of those lots, or 49%, have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater. 51% of those lots, 144, have a width of 59.99 feet or less. Pursuant to a review of the existing development pattern, the subject block contains 5 total zoning lots. 20% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and the other 80% are 59.99 or less. Staff finds the proposed reconfiguration of the proposed lots to be consistent with the existing development pattern of the overall study area, block, and block face. Looking here at the elevations, you have the south elevation, and also looking at the other elevation to the south, you have the north elevation. Also, to the south, you have a south elevation to the on the screen above, and also a north elevation here, looking at the side of the structure. I went out to the site and took pictures. As you see, pictures of the site, vacant. And to the east of the site, you see single-family homes. And to the west of the site, also single-family homes. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please refer to the findings by transportation in relation to required parking waivers requested and access to a local street. It is the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application. There are modifications required to the site plan between first and second reading of the ordinance as identified below. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Ms. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
Thank you. Zane, on note 5 of the staff report under natural resources, and maybe I'm looking at the one on Sire, it says in regard to section 27-284-3-1, to reduce the percentage of trees preserved on a non-wooded site from 50% to blank percent, XX percent. Do we now know what that blank percent is?
Correct, and Mary over Natural Resources, she made that change to 39%. So the proposed waiver is from 50 to 39%. Is that correct, Mary?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you to both of you.
Any other questions, gentlemen? We have anybody on the second floor? The applicant, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Steve Michelini. I'm here on behalf of Shane O'Neill, the owner of the property at 804 West Park Avenue. The property is currently zoned RS60, and we're requesting a planned development, mainly because the width of the properties are 55 feet wide. However, the depth of the properties are 128 and 129 feet respectively. So that has two lots. One is 7,172 square feet, and the other one is 1,137 square feet, which exceeds the 6,000 square feet that would normally be required under RS 60. The proposal is to build two single-family homes with 2 car garages and 2 spaces in the driveway for each of the units. It's been designated as an efficient use of the land and infrastructure. The existing development units per acre is 6.95, and the proposal under this rezoning would be 6.25. By the city staff, it's been found to be consistent, compatible, and appropriate. It is an infill project. There are no adverse impacts that have been noted. The long-range plan finds that it's consistent, and the city, both the city staff and the planning commission staff have found it to be consistent. With respect to promoting the efficient and the sustainable use of land and infrastructure, this will improve infrastructure as necessary for the development, and that will occur at the permitting stage of the process. With respect to promoting and encourage development where appropriate in location, this area is appropriate for infill development, and it is compatible. The residential and the surrounding areas are all single-family residential, and this will maintain that same pattern. Promote the architectural scale, size, features, and elements, and I'll put on the overhead a rendering of the, can you see that okay? Of the proposed development. So it is basically a Tampa Heights, Hyde Park style home that's being proposed. One of the lots is slightly larger, and those are the two basic layouts. And he noted in the staff report that there are extraordinary setbacks that are being proposed, and those are to save trees and to avoid the conflicts with those trees. Although we're at 39% instead of 50%, they've worked around as many of the trees as possible to maintain them. With respect to the waivers, the design of the proposed development is unique in respect to the fact that it has it has an extraordinarily deep lot, and that we're trying to meet those codes as required for that property. The waivers will not substantially interfere with any of the others or their rights of their property that off-site. It is in harmony with the code with respect to providing reasonable relief for these specific areas that are noted in the staff report. And the waivers will allow for substantial justice to be done, as in it will maintain the character and nature of the properties in the area, and it will also maintain the infrastructure utilization and improve it as necessary, identified in the as will be identified in the permitting process. The Planning Commission has found that the goals and objectives and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan have been met through Land Use Objective 2.1, 2.1.2, overall residential development, 9.2, 9.2.1, 9.3, Land Use Policy 9.3.8, and single-family areas usage, Objective 9.5, 9.5.1, 9.5.3, and neighborhood and community objectives 1.3, 1.3.10, and adequate site and accommodating of housing needs objectives 1.3, 1.3.4. And the analysis has found that there are no adverse impacts, that is supported by the Planning Commission and is supported by the city staff. We believe that this is a compatible project. It is one that should be considered favorably, and we respectfully request your approval.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? We have anyone on the second floor, reference to the side?
Chair, Ryan Manassi.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to clear the record. There was a last sentence read by Zane about the consistency finding, which staff is consistent, but there is no waiver in regards to the parking waiver or access to a local street. That's a correction that needs to be clarified on the staff report. That's not accurate for this report. The two waivers are described as Zane previously stated for the record, which were 27284.4 and then 27284.3.1, and those were two natural resources waivers. I just wanted to clear the record, sir.
Thank you, sir.
One quick question.
You're recognized, Mr. Dingfelder.
Thank you. Mr. McLeany, so your client acknowledges the requirement to pay into the tree trust fund?
Yes, sir.
For the mitigation and for the difference between 50% and 39%?
Yes, sir. We're committing to making the revisions necessary between first and second reading, should council approve this, and paying the necessary fees for natural resources.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for the question with the applicant? Again, anyone on the second floor, reference to item number 3?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on behalf of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anybody registered for this item?
There are no registered speakers for this
Move to
item.
close.
Second.
Mr.
I'm moving close.
Mr. Miranda has moved the item. Mrs. Citro has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion moved. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. I mean, I'm sorry about that. Mr. Carlson, could you read number 3 for us, please, as we can get you on number 2?
Sure. I'd like to move file number REZ 2122, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 804 West Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 60 residential single family PD plan development residential single family detached, providing effective date.
Second.
And there are revisions, including the revision sheets, and there was a whole lot of competent substantial evidence that the applicant filed regarding its compliance with the comprehensive plan and its consistency with the surrounding land use.
Mr. Carlson has moved it. Mr. Citro, I believe, seconded. Roll call, please.
Carlson,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goode,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Viera, Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 15th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. We've already dealt with item number 4. We'll go to item number 5.
Thank you, sir. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over case REZ 2126. This is 5001 West Prescott Street, proposing a rezoning from RM16 to RM18. I'll now pass it along to Danny with the Planning Commission. Danny?
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the South Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Port Tampa City neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is Taken Track Park, being located a quarter mile to the west of the subject site. Closest transit stop is located 2 blocks to the west of the subject site on Southwest Shore Boulevard. The subject site is within a level A evacuation zone, and it's also within the coastal high hazard area. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see it's shown here outlined in this purple color. It's at the northwest corner of West Prescott Street and South Wall Street. It's predominantly surrounded by residential uses to the northeast and west of the subject site. Here's the adopted future land use map. Currently the subject site's under the residential 20 future land use designation. There's community and commercial 35 to the east of the subject site and residential 35 directly to the south. Out of frame to the south is light industrial represented by this gray color. Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. Multifamily uses are encouraged within the residential 20 future land use designation and to provide a higher density where greater residential development is desired. Overall, the residential 20 future land use category encourages compact, higher density development as compatible with the surrounding development pattern. Rezoning this site will allow development, vision, and plans under the residential 20 future land use designation will provide additional housing opportunities for Tampa's growing population. The subject site is within the coastal high hazard area. Due to this, staff recommends that the applicant ensures that there will be no negative impacts on hurricane evacuation times, routes, shelter demands for the residents of the proposed redevelopment, and to mitigate any negative impacts that may affect residents in the future. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? City staff?
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over case REZ 21-26. The applicant and representative is John Lum. Property address is 5001 West Prescott Street. This is proposing rezone from RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily. This being a Euclidean rezoning request, no waivers are permitted. Looking at the overhead aerial view of the site, you see the site is down here, outlined and bordered in red. Goes along South Fowle Street and also West Prescott Street. If you look here at the overhead views here of the surveys, you see that there are 3 lots, Lot 6, Lot 7, and also Lot 8. The site is currently 150 feet in length, 100 feet in width. The total lot area is 15,000 square feet. The property is occupied by a detached single-family structure at this moment. Again, the site is also on northwest corner of South Fowle Street and West Prescott. The property is surrounded by single-family to the north, and west is RM16 zoning districts. To the residential multifamily dwellings are to the east, PD, and also to the south you have RM24 zoning districts. I went out to the site and took pictures. As you see, the current site, current structure here. To the south of the site, you see the RM24 zoning district. To the east of the site, you see pictures there. To the west of the site, you see the single-family homes. And to the north of the site, you see structures above also. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen?
Mr. Chair, if
You're
I may,
recognized, sir.
Mr. Hussein, I'm just curious, looking at the overhead, the aerial, excuse me, that's an awful big piece of land there. Are all 3 of those plotted to Prescott and not Fall?
Correct, they are all to Prescott.
Okay, I just wondered, because I'm seeing homes that are plotted to Fall. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hussein.
Anyone else? Any questions for staff? Do we have an applicant?
Yes, sir, I'm here on the second floor.
Thank you, Frank Lee.
Steve Michelini. I'm here on behalf of the property owners at 501 West Prescott. And these are proposed, it's a residential 20 land use classification. And then according to the Planning Commission report, most of the area is developed in a higher density. We're requesting the RM16, I'm sorry, we're requesting to go from RM16 to RM18, which currently we can build 5.6 units on the property. We're requesting the RM16 so that we can build 6 units, which would raise the potential capability to 6.1. The property has been found to be consistent, compatible, and appropriate for this type of for this location. We cannot have any waivers, so everything regarding transportation, regarding landscaping, regarding stormwater, all has to be met, and we are committing to providing the necessary information as required regarding evacuation plans. These are proposed. What will happen would be, if it's approved this evening, is to build a series of townhouses that are fee simple owner. These are not apartments, but they're fee ownership. The city staff has noted that we are surrounded by, or at least on two sides, by other higher density developments. And you can see this is the subject property here. These are townhouses here that are built in the same manner. We have this larger apartment project going in here, and then there are other townhouse projects scattered throughout the area. With respect to the land use classification and the land use review, or let me go to the land use map and show you that this entire area is residential 20. There's this parcel here, which is being requested to go from RM 16 to RM 18. And then these are much higher densities here, here, and throughout this whole area is capable and allowable for townhouses or apartments. But in this case, we're proposing fee simple ownership structures. And if you remember from some of the other discussions previously, the neighbors in the area had objected to apartments because there was no particular investment in the neighborhood. These property owners, or these properties, will be owned by individuals who have an investment and a stake in the property. And I also like to point out that the infrastructure improvements, all of those that are necessary, will be paid for, including all of the impact fees that are assessed to this property, will address issues like stormwater, sidewalks, landscaping, and all of the other applicable codes and impact fees, including transportation. The site can be considered for 6 residential units. That's the maximum. There was some information out there that indicated there were more units being considered, but it cannot be considered under this rezoning classification that's being proposed. With respect to the goals, objectives, and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, it's been found to be consistent with Land Use Objective 2.1, which regulates the levels and building intensity and standards of land use designations for an area, which is projected to have to absorb 150,000 employees and individuals by 2040. Land Use 2.1.1 encourages compact, higher density development where compatible with the surrounding character. This does not affect adversely any of the surrounding area or the character of the development in it. Land Use Policy 2.1.2, the use of limited land resources for efficient and to pursue development patterns that are more economically sound by encouraging infill development on vacant and underutilized sites. It clearly meets that. As I said, the land use classification is already Res 20 and will be below that by 2 development units per acre. The objective of the overall residential 9.2, ensure that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate a projected population. Land use 9.2.1, protect and promote and maintain residential neighborhoods. This is compatible with the neighborhood. Overall residential development and residential redevelopment plans, objectives, and policies. The overall objective 9.3 is compatible development and redevelopment shall sustain stable neighborhoods and to ensure the social and economic health of the city. In this respect, this project will have to meet all of the codes necessary and will improve the infrastructure as needed. So if any of those water lines, sewer lines are inadequate, or if their sidewalks are missing, they'll all have to be installed. Land Use Policy 9.3.8, it's the intent of the city that new residential development shall be minimally disruptive to adjacent areas. And to achieve this, the city shall assess the potential positive and negative impacts of residential development on physical development patterns and the character of the surrounding area and require mitigation of all negative off-site impacts. We also have to meet or exceed all of those requirements, and that will be dealt with at permitting. As I said, there are no waivers that are being requested, and you cannot ask for waivers under a straight Euclidean rezoning. Multifamily residential areas increase the diversity and improve the sustainability in multifamily residential areas. 9.6.1 encourage the development and retention of diversity of multifamily housing types. This is not a high intensive or high development area. This is requested for 6 single-family semi-detached units that will be owned fee simple. Promote the residential development pattern consistent with the compact City of Tampa strategy. Increase the availability of housing and densities. Promote walking and transit uses near employment concentration, residential services, and amenities. Land use policy 9.6.3, designate all multifamily residential areas, existing areas predominantly occupied by multifamily development, as well as areas which a greater residential development is desired, to increase the housing opportunities and promote the development intensities consistent with the city form strategy. Land use policy 9.6.4, balance the objective of the increased opportunities for new housing development to ensure adequate housing for Tampa's residents and for the equally important objective of ensuring that new development is compatible with the neighborhood character. Low, medium density multifamily areas 9.7, provide opportunities to infill development in areas already characterized by low and low medium density multifamily development. Create transitions in development intensity between single-family zones and more intensive multifamily zones. As I pointed out to you, there is a more intensive development that's to the east as well as to the south of this property, and 6 units on a single-family ownership classification does exactly that. Land use policy 9.7. 9.7.1, provide opportunity for attached housing in slightly higher densities in single-family areas, and this obviously does that as well. Land use policy 9.7.2, maintain compatibility with single-family development through the limits permitted of height, bulk, and new development. We have to meet all of the existing codes regarding that, and as you can see, the residential 20 classification, we're below that, and it certainly is, the development area is already higher than that. Ensure that the adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs and preferences of financial capabilities of Tampa households now and in the future in all neighborhoods. That's objective 1.3. HSG policy 1.3.1 designates sufficient land for residential development to accommodate Tampa's share of regional household growth. Hurricane evacuation shelters direct future population concentrations away from the coastal high hazard to achieve a no net increase in overall residential density, and it meets that restriction as well. CM policy 1.1.1, CHHA is hereby defined as the area below the elevation category. We have to meet all of the new FEMA regulations regarding that, as well as the commitment to ensure that the 6 units proposed will be fully informed and educated regarding evacuation plans. 50% or more of the parcel is located in the coastal high hazard. The entire parcel shall be considered coastal high hazard. Again, we have to meet any of those flood zone elevation requirements as laid out by the City of Tampa Code and FEMA. The CMU policy 1.1.4 purposes of elevating the proposed proposal for site plans. The footprint and the entire site shall be considered to be within the district. The staff analysis has found that this this proposal in terms of the Planning Commission and the Planning Comprehensive Plan, that this designation allows for consideration of lower and low medium density residential uses, single family detached homes, condominiums, townhouses, multifamily. The residential 20 is present along the western portion of South Fall Street, the northern portion of West Prescott, and the South Fall Street, South Sherrill Street parcels recognized under the residential 35 designation, which is higher, and in the south subject parcels recognized under the community commercial 35 designation are to the east of the subject site. The proposed residential project, residential multifamily RM18, is consistent with the residential 20 future land use classification which exists. And the proposed zoning would, I'm going to abbreviate from, excerpt from this. The proposed zoning would also allow considered up to 6 dwelling units to the maximum site overall density of 18 units per acre. This is compatible with the underlying future land use designation and will not alter the character or the development pattern of the surrounding neighborhood. Multifamily is encouraged in the residential 20 land use designation to provide for higher density with the greater residential desired as land use policy 9.6.3. Based upon all of this, the Planning Commission found it consistent. And just in summary, I'd like to point out that under your current zoning, you could build 5.6 units, and we're requesting RM18 so that we would be able to build 6 units, and it would go to 6.1 units. So the real increase here is from 5.6 to 0.4 units. We have a little over 5.5 units that are allowed by the current zoning, and we'd like to provide 6 units instead of the 5. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Miranda, you're recognized, sir.
Mr. Michelini, can you repeat that? I didn't quite get it all.
Oh, no, oh, don't do that.
Which you want me to repeat? Under our current zoning is
Oh,
RM.
I got it, thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Mr. Vieira, I was just gonna recognize you, sir. I did get the message that you have difficulties. We're glad that you're here. Is everything okay, sir?
Yes and no. My bad luck with technology continues. I've been here for almost an hour, and we're trying to get my webcam to work, so I'm stuck in 1989 here right now. But just to let everybody know, my regrets.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I think Ms. Dingfelder, you
Thank
want to
you.
be recognized?
Okay. Just a couple of questions, some for staff and some for Mr. McLeany. I don't know if you have the ability, Stephen, to put that aerial up that shows the straight down view with the, yeah. I used to fish out there at the end of Prescott, out by the American Legion. There's some, anybody's looking for redfish, there's some good redfish out there, because I sure didn't catch them, but anyway. Steve, you said that, that this was completely consistent, 5 or 6 multifamily units was completely consistent, but immediately adjacent to the west and to the north are single family homes, right?
Well, right here are.
No.
Let me just finish. Right here are the townhouses.
I know that's right there, and it says PD. I said immediately to the left.
To the left
is that looks like there's 3 single families, and immediately to the north there's 1 single family.
Right here are the apartments.
I know.
And here.
I totally recognize that. I go out there very often.
Well, it's not just me saying it, it's also this planning commission and the city staff have said that it's consistent and compatible.
All right, well, I just want to make sure that everybody takes a look at that map. I don't know where I'm going on this. I just want to make sure that, you know, when we're talking about putting in, you know, multifamily units immediately adjacent to those single family units. Now, I'm going to ask staff this question is on the RM18, is there a height difference, Ryan, or Zane, between the RM16 and the RM18?
Let me look at the code real quick. I'll let you know.
On page 2 of the staff report, it identifies the height as being 35 feet for RM18.
Okay, so it's consistent with the single-family height and/or the RM16?
I'm sorry about that, sir. They both are 35 feet in height.
Okay. All right, thank you to both of you on that. And then my last point is in regard to, and let me go down on the staff report, excuse me one sec. I think it's on the staff report. Oh, no, it's on the Planning Commission report. And we've seen this provision quite often. In regard to the coastal high hazard area, that this is clearly within the coastal high hazard area, this area has a lot of bad flooding. Our objective, which we've seen quite a bit this past year, objective CM, objective 1.1 says direct future population concentrations away from the coastal high hazard area so as to achieve a no net increase in overall residential density within the CHHA. So is it staff's opinion, do you concur with Mr. Michelini that under the RM16, he can get 5.6 units, and under the RM18, he can get 6 units, so I guess he's getting an additional 1 unit? Are you concurring with that, Zane, or Ryan, or whoever wants to answer?
Danny?
This site's already been planned. That's something that's dealt with at the plan amendment stage, or it's already been planned in with the underlying future land use. That's how we've interpreted in the past. But we wouldn't see it as no net increase.
Okay, so my first question, I should have, this is sort of backwards, so let me reverse it. My first question is, do you agree with Mr. Michelini that he currently has the ability to build 5.6 units, which I guess effectively is 5 units, and this rezoning allows him to build 6 units, is that correct?
I'll defer that to the city as far as how many units can be considered within those districts.
Sorry about that, Danny. That is correct. Yeah, 5.
Okay, so he's going from 5 units to 6 units. Granted, not a big deal, okay? However, I would say that is somewhat contrary to a no net increase because it's an increase of 1 unit. All right, that's all I got. Thanks.
Anyone else for the applicant? We have anybody on the second floor represent this item? Anyone on the second floor represent this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. We have two citizens who would like to speak on behalf of this item.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Lessie. I live at 5014 West Lancaster Street, which is about 1 block from the property we're talking about on Prescott. Just to give you some background of the area that we live in, it is wedged between 2 large apartment complexes to the north and south. The south one is just now going in. It is not, people are not living there yet, but they have raised the land and walled it in. So around November of last year, we had the end of the hurricane season, significant amount of storm surge came in between those 2 walled in apartment complexes, and it took out 23 of the homes in this area. This is one of those properties that had to be moved out. In fact, I think there's still 15 homes that are still empty because the residents could not move back in because there's a significant amount of damage. So there is a concern about the water in this area. Our primary concern is increasing the number of homes that can go on this piece of property. It is a big piece of property, and there are a lot of multifamily homes in the area, but my wife and I are both of the opinion that continuing to expand the number of people living in this area is just going to create more problems. We have been there for 14 years, and since this newest apartment complex went in, it has really changed the dynamic of the area. So it does flood a lot more readily, and we just think that this is contributing more to that by adding more. It doesn't seem like much, 1 unit It doesn't seem like much, but it's our opinion that we're trying to slow down or halt increasing the building in this area. Let me look at my notes, see if I had anything else. I did have also a concern when I first came here. We had talked with the landowner, John Lum, and we're under the impression that they were trying to build 8 units on there, that they had the land to build 7.5, and they were trying to get the code changed so they could build 8. It's been clarified tonight that it's 6. I sure hope I don't, if this does get approved, I don't see 8 going in there down the road, but that was another concern I had, that they were trying to push for 8 units on this piece of property. Thank you for letting me talk, and that's all I have. If you have any questions for me.
Ms. Citro, you recognize.
Yes, I do have a question for you. You say you live on Lancaster.
Yes, sir.
With this storm surge that came through, and you said 15 houses were affected by that storm surge?
23 homes.
23
were
homes. Was your home affected by it?
My home is a townhome, and it's built to new code, so the whole first floor is garage. The water did come up into the garage through the unit. There's holes in the front and the back of the unit to allow for that. So it did come into our garage. The house across the street on both sides, they had 3 feet of water in the house, so they had to move out. And several blocks around there, almost every of the homes and duplexes did have to vacate.
This storm surge, was it just from a rain, or did we have a hurricane?
It was right at the end of hurricane season. It was a lot of rain and high tide, and mostly the storm surge pushing in from, because on the west side is the bay out there near the American Legion. I mean, it's all water, so that water came in, filled up all the drainage ditches and everything else, and then just continued to rise. It's the first time we've ever had water in our garage. It's never gotten anywhere close to that. So that was a first.
So you're going to move now?
We're not, because our living space is at least another 11 feet higher. So I'm okay with water in the garage. It's when it gets into my living space that I'm going to have a problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Ms. Dingfield, you recognize.
Mr. McElhaney, one last question for you. You said these.
I think we still have more applicants.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We still have more folks that want to speak.
Another person there? Okay, I'll wait. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Miranda Lessie. I live at 5014 West Lancaster Street, Tampa, Florida 33616. As you just heard from my husband, Jeff, I'm going to continue kind of what he was going over, and you had some questions about flooding and the area we live in. I did bring like a little map. This has got where we live in conjunction with the actual property. We live here and the property is here. Are you guys able to see that?
Not yet.
I've gotten the wrong spot.
All right, we can see it.
Sorry about that. And this can come up. Just come up. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so our house is here, and the property we're discussing is here. And the property that we're talking about is 5001 West Prescott. This is a shot of it now. I think you guys saw it from the staff had a picture of this. What you didn't see was what happened inside after the flood, November 11th, 2020. So as you can see, all the walls have been removed, and it looks like the owner tried to repair this. And this is probably why he's trying to sell, because he was probably in over his head with repairs, my assumption. And this is in front of our house the night of that flood that we were talking about. The water here was over 30 feet, right? I hope you're able to see the car driving in the water. Again, here's a fire hydrant that I kept my eye on all night, trying to see how high it was going to get. That fire hydrant is covered with water, and that's over 2 feet of water. The fire department came out. You can see that they're walking in water. I'm sure somebody had an emergency. They were there to help. They didn't respond to my calls to them when they were there. I was asking them, was there a problem? So they were there. So all the houses in this area the walls had to be removed. This gentleman here had to move out, and most of the people in this area are fairly low income. So 23 people had to move out and find a new place to live 2 weeks before Thanksgiving and a month before Christmas. So, and this gentleman here, he was in tears because he could not find a place that he could afford, and that would take his dog. So he had to give up his dog, which was his baby.
Give it 30 seconds.
Okay, sorry. And so you see all the flooding in the area, and there are still 15 residences that are not present to this day. And I really feel like they're overbuilding in this area, and you can see the wall of the new apartments that are there right across the street from this property that we're talking about, and it's walling in the line. You can see walling in the water. You can see the water level here from the flood. So again, all these homes in this area were flooded, and I still am dumbfounded how this happened.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else on the second floor? I've got questions for staff, though.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one else here to speak on this item. Thank you.
We have any registered this time?
Yes, we do.
How many we have registered?
1.
All right. I'll hear her, then I'm going to ask staff a couple questions.
Oops.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. So help me God.
Thank you.
May I address y'all now? Hello?
You ready?
Okay, I wasn't sure. Thank you. Hi, my name is Jean Strohmeyer. I live in Inter Bay, south of Dandy. On this item and previous, I've been listening to everybody talk about the consistency of the plans and of the future land use versus the current land use. So what concerns me is if it's compatible with current land use, that's okay. But when we want something compatible with current land use, they're like, no, that's not compatible with future land use. So I'm kind of really confused about that. And we've been at this for, we're going on 20 months now, almost getting close to 2 years. So which one are we using, future or current? I just would like that clarified. In this particular incident, I have actually said before that they're going to start targeting Port Tampa. And I was from the boat today, and I was actually able to get a boat view of, here's Port Tampa. I don't know if y'all can, you probably can't see that. I don't even know what this is. That's now. This is what it looked like. This is what it's gonna look like. Y'all just know what's happening here. Oops, there you go. See that? The change. We had woods before, now we're gonna have the cardboard palaces. So this gentleman was saying that it is compatible with the current land use. There's nothing that they could build in this day that will be compatible with Port Tampa. Port Tampa is very unique, and there's just nothing that they can say is compatible with the land use there. we have, let's see, the coastal high hazard elevation, they're like this, the people spoke before me, they are elevating the properties, but it caused 23 homes to be flooded, and they still are not back in their homes, most of them. We have, let's see, what happens is, they're the first one, you give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile. We gave them an inch on Rattlesnake Point, and look what's happened. It's decimated. I appreciate them bringing in this matter, townhomes that are fee simple ownership. That's real nice of y'all to bring, 6 instead of 5. That's not compatible. They're going to raise it up, and I don't know how many more of these residences are going to flood. We have. And he keeps saying it won't alter the character of the neighborhood. It'll absolutely alter the character of this neighborhood. Fort Tampa is very, very old, and it's very, it's established, and it has been for many, many generations. Mr. Ryan had said that the perimeter that they look at for the consistency is like 1320, but if they're looking at a 1320 perimeter, 1320, why do we only get 250 notifications? So we're not sure about that.
5 seconds, Ms. Strohmeyer.
Can I have a couple seconds? Because I heard new stuff that I didn't know about before. But most people feel there is a big problem here. It's inconsistent with the land use code. We're not supposed to have increase in density. The comprehensive plan is supposed to be no intensity in south of Gandy and the peninsula. It's just dangerous. We can't evacuate, and I've said it time and time again. When we have that time, that will come. The blood of the people that are in their cars and drowning and whatever happens, it's going to be on everybody in this room. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Mr. Shelby, I see you're up at the podium. You're recognized, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the City Council, I just want to bring to your attention that Ms. Strohmeyer did submit an email dated Wednesday, June 9th at 6 o'clock to City Council. And in that email, she referenced multiple hearings, separate cases, all in one email, and one of them is this case. And to ensure that the petitioner did have it, I walked a copy of that email down to the second floor. I've given it to Mr. Michelini. I'm going to be putting a copy into the record, and I'm going to make a general request to the public that these constitute ex parte communications. These must be disclosed, and it is very difficult if you put multiple cases all in the same one email. It is very difficult to ensure that it does get to the place it has to be. So I'm going to ask the public generally that when you communicate to City Council by email, that if you can, put the address on there. If you can, please put the case file number on there. But certainly make each individual communication relative to a hearing a separate email. It would make things a lot cleaner for the record and would ensure procedural due process. So I'm going to take this now and place this into the record. And again, this has been provided to Mr. Michelini.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Ms. Vera, you're recognized.
I appreciate it. I wanted to let you guys and the public know my camera is just not working, so I can't vote. But I'm here. So what I'm going to be doing is I will be here watching every single hearing in case if there's a tie vote, just so that I watch. So, if my camera comes on, I hope I know it's on and whatnot, but it's kind of screwy. So I'm going to be here, but obviously I can't actively formally participate, but I will be here just in case if there's a tie vote or doesn't get 4 votes and I have to vote, whatever it may be. So just FYI.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up
You're
on
recognized,
that.
sir.
I appreciate Councilman Vieira stating that on the record, and as well, it also lets the public know that he is watching and he is prepared perhaps to be able to vote at the second reading. So he's taking the opportunity. So I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Dingfellow, you're recognized.
Thank you. Question to Ms. Wells. Kate, this is a Euclidean zoning, correct? It's not a PD?
Correct. They're requesting a rezoning to RM 18.
Okay, RM 16 to RM 18. Because Mr. Michelini made a statement earlier, and in regard to, that they would assure that all residents in this new project, if it's built, would be made aware of evacuation plans and that sort of thing. But that's not enforceable under our code in a Euclidean, is it?
Correct. With the Euclidean rezoning, there are no conditions that are included. Because there's not a site plan, there aren't conditions that would be added to the site plan that would otherwise be enforceable through the ordinance approving the rezoning.
Okay, thank you.
And let me know if I'm going astray, Ms. Wells or Marty. This is for Ryan or either Sane. I've heard testimony this evening in reference to the flooding in that area. In reference to you've had folks that have been displaced that are not even in those homes or in that area at this time, topic 24 or 15 homes. So have we looked at the safety conditions of that area where they're talking about a rezoning? Because that's a concern for me at this particular time. When I look at some photos of a building and I see a wall and I see a line where rain has come up to that wall. So I've got some concerns about safety issues there. So have we gone out and assessed that property, that area, that deem this might not be a safe strip anymore, landing strip anymore for residents?
If I can, Mr. Chairman, and whether it's Ms. Wells or Mr. Hussein is going to answer that, I guess the threshold question is whether that is an appropriate, it's a fair question, granted, but whether it's an appropriate question during this hearing for the purposes of your determination. So I'm going to defer to Ms. Wells on that.
Well, I think Mr. McElhaney would want to respond to that line of testimony in rebuttal. I know that, I believe one of the speakers indicated that his home was elevated and the water intrusion, stormwater intrusion was in his garage. So any new construction has to comply with the updated FEMA maps, and homes are elevated to address that. If there are other homes that were built at a lower elevation that, separate issue, not necessarily relevant, in my opinion, to this rezoning. But I think Mr. McElhaney would want to respond to that in rebuttal.
All right, any other questions before I go back to Mr. McElhaney for rebuttal? Any other questions? Mr. McElhaney, you're up.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to respond to that. You're looking at off-site conditions, which we have no control over, and you're also looking at structures that were built prior to the adoption of the new FEMA codes. So if you have a single-story home that's built at grade and it doesn't meet those elevation requirements, you obviously are going to have some flooding. But what we're before you saying to you, we have to meet the code, we have to meet FEMA regulations. Even the previous individuals that testified said they had an elevated townhouse and that apparently the code and the elevation worked the way it was supposed to, because the water came through on the lower level. You're not allowed to obstruct the flow of that water, and their living area was not impacted whatsoever. So, and I'm guessing based on the photographs that they showed, that you were looking at grade structures that, will continue to be affected whether they're in this area or any other area of the city. When you come back in for permitting, you have to meet the flood zone elevations, and you can't obstruct the flow of water. So the living areas are protected, and the lower levels, like the garages, that's why you can't have electrical components on the lower level. They have to meet that elevation requirement for safety. So with respect to safety, these new structures will be more safe than anything that exists that was built prior to the adoption of the new codes. We're requesting a Euclidean rezoning from RM 16 to 18, so we cannot put those kind of restrictions or waivers in here. And if you look on page 5 of the Planning Commission report, they specifically asked that the applicant ensures that there will be no negative impacts on hurricane evacuation times, routes, and shelter demands for the residents proposed in this development. So that's the reason I addressed that. and I mentioned it, was to address the Planning Commission's statement on, as I said, on page 5. It's in the second paragraph. With respect to the number of units that are allowed under this proposal, again, I'll refer you back to the Planning Commission report, where we're requesting 6 residential units. I will show you the math again regarding this. You have to round down. When it's 16, RM16, it's 5.6 units. You can't get 5.5 or 5.6 units. The only way you get 6 units is to go into RM18, which is 6.1, not 7. You can't round it up, so you get 6 units. There's no net increase, as the Planning Commission pointed out, but they consider it to be a no net increase over what's allowed there currently. The pre and the post conditions, the existing conditions, will be improved by any development that goes in there. Because you have to meet all of these new regulations. And the current structure, whether it was flooded or not flooded or whatever the justification was for the seller, I don't know what that was, but the new construction has to meet those codes. The stormwater issues have to be met. The Planning Commission has told you that the future land use and the planning comprehensive plan, that we are consistent with all of that. The city staff has told you that they've reviewed it. I mean, I'll be happy to put the review sheet back up so you can see that they found consistently throughout every review, development coordination, planning commission, natural resources, solid waste, transportation, stormwater, wastewater, water, Tampa Fire, all found it to be consistent. Now, we still have to go through permitting if this project is approved, and we have to meet all of those codes. And I know this is, maybe a little redundant, but as I've showed you, all of the brown area is residential 20. This is within the residential 20 district. It's not residential 10. We're not overbuilding the area. The Planning Commission report refers back, I see that the existing development is far in excess of the of what we're requesting with RM18. It's about, I think the existing development said it was 19 point. I don't see it right now, but it's, I recall that it said existing development pattern was over 19 units per acre. So we're asking for something that's less than what's allowed by the land use designation. We're asking for something that is compatible, and as I said, city staff and the Planning Commission have found this proposal to be consistent. They found it to be compatible. There's no net increase and there's no negative impact as assigned by your professional staff.
5 seconds, Mr. Michelini, 5 seconds.
And I have not heard any testimony regarding this project that would be substantial and competent evidence that would refute anything that the city staff has put on the record or that I've put on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dingfelder, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. And this might require Mr. Michelini to come back for a second to rebut again. I apologize, but I'm basing my question on something he said several times just now. Is Mr. Manassi still with us this evening?
I am, sir.
Okay, Ryan. Going back to our objective, comp plan objective CM 1.1. And it says, direct future population concentrations away from the coastal high hazard area, CHHA, so as to achieve a no net increase in overall residential density within the CHHA. This particular rezoning, based upon the testimony I've heard tonight, takes the opportunity from a current 5 units to 6 units. Isn't that a net increase in the density allowed for this parcel based upon the rezoning?
Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. With respect to your question, I believe it's better answered by the Planning Commission because you're citing policy from the Tampa Comprehensive Plan.
But I hear what you're saying, but at the end, but then I asked that question to the planning commission before, and he punted it over to you guys and said, you have to calculate the number of units. Okay, well, I guess what I'm saying is, isn't 6 one more unit than 5?
To answer that question, yes, sir.
Okay, so that would sound to me like a net increase.
1 second, Kate, 1 second, Kate.
And with that, let me finish,
Let him
Kate.
finish, Kate, and I'll get to you, Kate.
Let me finish, Kate, because you're not gonna need to talk when I get done. I think this is so close, it's 0.4 units off, that it doesn't disturb me greatly. Okay, based upon all the testimony, I'm gonna support this, but I don't like the precedent of us going on the record and not worrying about what no net increase really means. Okay, so, you know, I don't have heartburn because we're going from 5 units to 6 units. I don't think it's a big deal on this particular case. I just think we need to be very careful about what sort of precedent we lay when we don't focus on some of these issues. Okay, that's all.
Okay, Ms. Kate, you're recognized.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. The language with regard to no net increase is in the comprehensive plan, and I believe that planners with the Planning Commission have previously explained to council that they look at the underlying future land use designation as the maximum allowed residential density. Anything above what is otherwise allowed by the underlying future land use designation would then be a no net increase if you're going above it. In this case, it's a residential 20 future land use designation. So they would look at the maximum density allowed by that and then determine if there's a net increase in density. And I think in the staff report from the Planning Commission, and I don't know why Mr. Collins didn't really get into that, but in the staff report, it identifies the existing density, the proposed density with this rezoning, and then confirms that even with the change in the rezoning, the overall density is still below that allowed by the residential 20 future land use designation.
And Mr. Chairman, it's Martin Shelby. I see,
recognized, Shelby.
I see Mr. Collins online, and it may be appropriate for him to speak and address that for the record.
Mr. Collins, you're recognized.
I'm sorry. Just to clarify, and if you look under our contact section of the report, under that residential 20 designation, the site can be considered for a maximum of 6 dwelling units under that designation. So this would not be considered a net increase. Now, if there were a plan amendment, if this should increase the density, then that could be considered. Planning Commission wouldn't view this as a net increase because it is consistent with that underlying future plan use. And the maximum that can be considered is 6 dwelling units under that category. Thanks.
Mr. Dingfelder, your question and answer, sir?
No, thank you, I'm good.
Mr. Shelby, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just the opportunity to give Mr. Michelini the last word before you close the public hearing, please.
Mr. Nicolini, you're recognized, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you. I think that we have established the fact that this is a compatible request, and it does meet the criteria for consideration to go to RM16 to RM18. We respectfully request your approval. I think that we have established with competent and substantial evidence on both the staff side and in the presentation to warrant approval. We respectfully request your approval.
Move to close.
Second.
Ms. Maniscalco has moved to close, second by Mrs. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Move unanimously. Mr. Dingfelder, you have to read this.
Oh, no, I'll pass, thank you.
Mr.
I got the next one.
Mr. Miranda.
The only one left. Item number 5, file number REZ 21-26. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 5001 West Prescott Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in sections 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date. Okay. The applicant has met the burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence in the rezoning that's consistent, comprehensive plan, and city code. And by the way, this is a Euclidean zoning. The facts are, the applicant reports testimony supports compliance with the goals, objectives, and policy in the comprehensive plan as noted in the Planning Commission staff report as consistent with land use objective 9.2, which is intended to ensure that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate the projected population. Multifamily is encouraged in the underlying future land use category to provide a higher density where greater residential development is desired. Land use policy 9.6.3. The applicant is consistent with the land policy use 2.1.2 and housing policy 1.3.4, which encourages new housing on vacant land and underutilized land. Meets the codes, and the proposed development as shown in this plan promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed use promotes the effective substantial use of land and infrastructure.
Mr. Moran has moved it. Have a second?
I second it.
Mr. Citro has seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Goode,
No.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Viera, Dingfelder,
Hesitantly, yes.
and Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carried with Goose voting no, Viera being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 15th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much, council.
Item number 6.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 6 is file number REZ 21-33. This is for the property located at 106 West Hamilton Avenue. It is requesting a rezone from SHRS, SHCG, SHPD to SHPD plan development for a place of religious assembly. I will defer to the Planning Commission for their report, and if you'd please return to me after.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Seminole Heights Urban Village. The closest public recreation facility is American Legion Park, which is within a half mile to the south of the subject site on North Florida Avenue. The closest bus stop is approximately 200 feet to the east of the subject site on North Florida Avenue. North Florida Avenue is a recognized transit emphasis corridor, and that's recognized in the comprehensive plan. The site is within a level C evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject sites outlined in this purple color. They're predominantly non-residential uses found along North Florida Avenue. As you move west along Hamilton Avenue, there are residential uses. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is presently under the residential 10 future land use designation. There is CC 35 directly to the east of the subject site, and that residential 10 is to the north, west, and south of the subject site. Based on the site plan that was submitted in Excella on April 22nd, the plan development proposes 4 structures for a total of 9,592 square feet of development. Being that the subject site is within a commercial community node, the applicant is requesting a 21% node bonus based on the enhanced land and streetscape design in front of the church and parking areas to serve as an amenity for pedestrians. City of Tampa staff evaluated the request for the node bonus and has determined that the plan development does not meet the requirement for the code for the bonus provision. Therefore, since the request exceeds the FAR, the plan development is inconsistent with intensity anticipated under the residential 10 future land use designation. As described in land use policy 8.14.1, development shall not exceed the densities and intensities defined by the land use plan categories. While the applicant intends to make changes to reduce the proposed FAR between first and second reading, the submitted site plan exceeds the intensity that can be considered in the residential 10 and is inconsistent with land use policy 8.1.14.1. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Gentlemen, the clerk needs a break. 5 minutes recess, please. We'll pick it up.
Time. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Citro.
Here.
Viera. Miranda.
Here.
And Goose.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
Thank you. We'll pick up with item number 6 with the city portion. Mr. Manasseh.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Council. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Again, item number 6 is file number REZ 21-33, and the applicant is proposing to rezone the property at 106, sorry, let me share my screen, 106 West Hamilton Avenue, and that's from Seminole Heights Residential Single Family, SHRS, Seminole Heights Commercial General, SHCG, and Seminole Heights Plan Development, SHPD, to Seminole Heights PD Plan Development to allow for that place of religious assembly. The applicant is requesting 6 waivers. And what I want to do is, in your staff report, you have 5 waivers listed, and I'm going to list the 6th one here verbally, and then I'll explain it further in my presentation. The addition that would have to be between first and second reading, in addition to those 5 waivers, is section 27283.7. It's to reduce the required parking spaces from 29 to 27 spaces. And I'll get to that in a second. The property is located 1 lot west of West Hamilton Avenue and North Florida Avenue intersection and contains 22,697 square feet or 0.52 acres. The surrounding uses are detached single-family residence to the north and west in the SHRS zoning district and an air-conditioned storage use to the east and south in the SHPD, which is file number REZ 17-75 zoning district. The site does contain an existing place of religious assembly, and that part of that on the site plan that's shown on screen is going to be retained, and that's that northern section shown here on my cursor. The new proposed development are these retaining or relocating these 2 864 square feet classrooms, and then the new proposed church or place of religious assembly building here, and that's to that southeast corner. Surface parking is located here to the east. And again, to reiterate, the reduction in required parking is due to a natural resources comment that staff has been working with the applicants to try to mitigate to save these trees. And in order to do that, we need to lose a couple parking spaces. So going back over some of the items that were mentioned in the Planning Commission report, we talked about the node bonus. And to elaborate on that, this project was originally exceeding that FAR, that is 0.35, which is allowed in the R10 future land use category. And as Danny did state, the city has to determine whether or not that bonus node is acceptable. In this case, it was not, because the existing building and the amount of landscaping proposed for the bonus node increase, city staff wasn't good with. Further talks with the applicant, they were able to reduce the southeast building to come under the FAR that is their maximum, which is 0.35. So with that being said, the setbacks would relatively remain the same. For the setback to the east would be 0, the west 65, the north 10 feet, and the south 15 feet. And the maximum building height is proposed at that 35 feet. The modification to the reduction in the intensity would be required between first and second reading, and staff did find this site plan that is presented before you right now inconsistent based on it exceeding the FAR. But it has been agreed with the applicant, which will I'm assuming will attest to this, is between first and second reading reducing that FAR, and that way staff would find this request consistent. And again, that additional waiver is due to mitigating and trying to save this tree over here to the south. The elevations provided on screen show, this is also the site data information, and over here to the right, that's basically where I'm talking about. They have to decrease their FAR, their intensity, their total square feet for the new development in order to develop this project. The top is the proposed elevations, the north, south, east, and west, and the bottom is the existing church that's going to be remaining, or parts of it. Danny did show you the location map, and there were no historic landmarks within the 1,000-foot buffer, and that's that green dashed line. And as you can see, this is just west of Florida, and this large white block here, the SHPD, it's this L-shaped lot that is that air-conditioned storage. And then the church itself is, or place of religious assembly, is the red dashed line. To the north, you have single-family residential and that SHRS, also to the east, and then part going to the south, and then that PD kind of butts there south. You can see to the north the SHCI, so you have that commercial intensive uses along Florida Avenue. Pictures of the site. So the existing church, and to the left here is that PD to the east. And these are just the pictures to the right, show a couple of those relocated 864 square feet units that they're modifying the location of. And then to the north, and the aerial gives a better picture, but this is the single family residential neighborhood to the north and then to the west. And then the commercial intensive uses to the right of the picture on the left. And then the east side of the property is this air conditioned storage plan development. Again, city staff did find it inconsistent, but if the modifications are agreed upon, which the applicant has agreed to do, between first and second reading, staff would find this consistent. And I believe that would take care of the inconsistency basis from Danny Collins at the Planning Commission of them exceeding their FAR as well. With that being said, staff is available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? Applicant?
Good evening. My name is Sheikh Silla. I am an architect and an urban planner. And in the interest of time and efficiency, I'm going to try to forego really repeating what staff has said because I concur with everything that they've indicated. I think the only point that I want to make is the fact that this property has a split zoning, what's called often split zoning. And it's not just 2 zoning designations, it really has 3 zoning designations. And therefore, the PD will basically provide a basis for unifying the zoning. But staff has done a good job in describing the project, and I'm available for any comment or any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right, anybody on the second floor with reference to this item?
Yes.
We have someone who would like to speak. Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. There is someone, a citizen here to speak on behalf of this item. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lori Smart, and my property is 7211 North Duncan, and I am directly behind the storage unit area. My concern is, where are these relocated units going to move to? And this parking area that you show, all of these parking spots, now looks to be directly behind my property and my neighbor directly next to me. So the concern there is that property having all of those parking spots at nighttime, will it be gated, ungated, access to anybody who wants to come? What type of lighting is going to be there? And where are these units going to go? The fencing that was put up when the storage unit, air conditioning unit is not very high, so you do see over the fencing in that area. You know, you can't really tell here on this document where our property is, but based on the pictures that were shown, I'm directly behind 7211. The Duncan is behind the air unit. So the city statement that was spoken, it said that they're going to be relocated. It doesn't say where. And then the property in the front, it's an older building. They're just going to leave it there. no restoration with the new building behind. You know, it doesn't really look like a very good property, to be honest. So those are my concerns. Any questions? I'm welcome to answer them.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we'll wait for rebuttal, and I'll ask the applicant and the city staff. You may get your answer, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else on the second floor? Anyone else on the second floor? I don't see Eileen. Here she comes.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. There's no one else to speak on this matter. Thank you.
Ma'am. We have anybody registered to speak, Madam Clerk?
There's no registered speakers for this item.
All right. Let me ask city staff, Ryan,
Yes, sir.
did you hear the 3 questions the young lady asked?
I did, sir. Thank you, Chair. I should be sharing my screen. Do you guys see the site plan?
We see it.
Okay, and I believe, and if the agent wants to jump on too, because I don't want to take his presentation from him, but just to show, there is a new portico being presented here to the existing church, and then the new church right here. These relocated classrooms, I'll let the agent speak more about that, but to answer the neighbor's question, this would be the location of those classrooms. These structures would have to meet the setbacks that are listed in the staff report as per the site plan. As you can see, to the immediate south, which would be the buffer requirement, is still that SHPD. If the neighbors over here to the west, they are requesting a buffer reduction from 10 feet to 2.8 on the west side of this property. As for gating, I don't see any stipulation for a gate on the site plan, and I believe those were the questions, Chair. I'm happy to answer anything further.
Mr. Siller?
The site plan shows, as staff has indicated, the relocated portables are indicated on the site plan. The fencing is something that we will be working on, but pretty much it will be, there will be a fence in the front of the property to secure basically the parking lot. The existing church is in front of the property, so pretty much it serves as a barrier, security, in terms of access. But there will be a fence in front of the property, but when we get to the design later on, those are issues that we will be working through. But certainly if the neighbors have any additional issues or concerns, we certainly will be more than happy to address them. As far as lighting, yes, there will be lighting of the property, obviously, for nighttime security. But the other issue also that the neighbor raised related to the parking area, currently it's being used as parking. It's just that it's not paved. But right now the church is using the open space for parking. But it's going to be paved now. It's going to be formalized essentially as a functioning parking lot. So I think those are the issues that the neighbors raised. And certainly we'll be more than happy to see what additional concerns they have so we can address them, because the church wants to be a good neighbor, obviously.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Move close.
Chair, if I may.
Ms. Vanessa, you're recognized, sir.
I'm sorry, Chair, to interrupt. I just wanted to be sure, as I look at the site plan, I don't see a fence proposed. And as you know, on PDs, all fences or walls need to be shown, labeled with height and material. This being Seminole Heights, it would have to meet those requirements as well. And my only concern with just, and I understand the agent's intent to try to satisfy any concern with gating off the parking lot. I just want to ensure that it wouldn't inhibit any kind of technical standards that transportation may come into with being on site. I don't have a problem with it being added between first and second reading, subject to it meeting the Seminole Heights code as well as Jonathan's technical review, and he's on, so he could maybe answer that too. Again, sorry for the interruption. I'd just like to make that clear if that's going to be added between first and second reading.
Thank you, Ryan. See, Jonathan just popped on. Then we'll go Mr. Citro. We recognize after Jonathan if he has any comments.
Jonathan, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I didn't know if you want me to say anything. The Jonathan Scott, City of Tampa Transportation Planning. They're talking about putting a gate across the driveway. Is that what? Now, if they did do that, we'd want to have them put notes. When it's being kept open or closed. If it's kept open during normal business hours or whatever. That's the only thing I would stipulate. So it's not like every car has to come in and open the gate, to get in. And it can't affect the right of way. We'll help them write a note of between first and second reading. We can do that.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Citro, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Manassi, just so the petitioner is aware of what is required as far as the height that is on the western boundary, can you tell him what is going to be required in that so he can make accommodations for that between first and second reading?
Thank you, Councilman Citro. I'm sorry, I missed the first half. I wasn't catching all of it.
I'm sorry. There was a question about the fence on the west side of the property. Can you please state the size of the fence or the requirements for that fence so that the petitioner knows the exact requirements between first and second reading so he can make changes?
Yes, sir. And just to clarify, yes, the staff report does depict the required changes between first and second reading in addition to those waivers being added. But as the site plan shows, it does show an existing 6-foot-high masonry wall to the west.
Okay, and that is also, is that including the south that 6-foot wall has to be?
That would not. There's actually a 6-foot chain link fence to the south. And just again, for clarification, the south is abutted by that SHPD district. Let me show you the aerial, sir. Maybe just that might show it a little bit better. I'll share my screen one more time. So as you could see here, and let me see if I could zoom in a little bit there for you. So that the subject site is outlined in red, and then this SHPD, this air-conditioned storage and parking lot, is this yellow right here. So immediately to the south is the SHPD parking lot for this establishment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manassi. I just didn't want any confusion for the petitioner between first and second reading. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, gentlemen? Move to close.
Second.
Mr. Scalper, move to close. Mr. Miranda, second. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? All right. Then we'll go back.
I promised you I'd do the next one.
All right. Well, Mr. Dingfelder, you can have
I want
number
to be
6.
a man of my word.
You have number 6.
Yes, sir. In regard to file REZ 21-33, I will move the ordinance as follows. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 106 West Hamilton Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification, SHRS, Seminole Heights Residential Single Family, SHCG, Seminole Heights Commercial General, and SHPD, Seminole Heights Plan Development, to SHPD, Seminole Heights Plan Development, place of religious assembly, provide an effective date. Specifically, I'll find that the applicant has met its burden of proof by providing competent, substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code. Were there waivers requested on this one?
Yes.
Okay, and including those waivers, I find that the requested waivers do not adversely impact public health, safety, and general welfare. And I believe there's some changes being made between first and second reading pursuant to staff report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Dingfelder has moved it. Mr. Maniscalco has seconded it.
Mr. Manasse, did you have a comment or question?
I'm sorry, I just wanted, was council including the fence to the north?
Yes.
Just so I can make sure that we can have that annotation.
Yes, sir. Thank you for
Thank you.
pointing that out.
Mr. Dingfelder has moved it. Mr. Maniscalco has seconded it. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco? Miranda?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Viera? And Carlson?
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 15th at 9:30 a.m.
Just for the record, so the young lady who's on the second floor in reference to this item, let her know that there will be some changes, and Mr. Sill and his group has agreed to work with the neighborhood in reference to those changes. Item number 7.
Thank you, sir. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination. Go over case REZ 21-36. This is for 2311 North Riverside Drive, proposing a rezoning from RS60 to RS50. I'll now pass it along to Danny with the Planning Commission.
This is Danny with the Planning Commission. Can you share my screen, please? This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Cases in the South Tampa Planning District. The closest public recreation facility is Phillips Park, which is located 0.3 miles to the north of the subject site. 2 transit stops are located approximately a quarter mile from the subject site. The transit stop for Hart Route 15 is located to the north at West Columbus Drive, North Ridgewood Avenue, and a route is located to the east of the subject site at North Boulevard and West Francis Avenue. Subject site is within a level A evacuation zone, and a portion of the subject site is within the coastal high hazard area. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. Subject site is located here. It's surrounded by, or it's outlined in this purple color. It's on the south side of West Francis Avenue. You'll see the surrounding development pattern is predominantly residential in character. Here's the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently under the residential 10 future land use designation. It's surrounded by that residential 10 on all sides. The proposed rezoning supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The request is comparable and compatible with the development pattern along this portion of North Ridgewood Drive and is consistent with the long-range development pattern encouraged under the residential 10 future land use designation. Property is located within the coastal high hazard area. Staff recommends that the applicant ensures that there will be no negative impacts on hurricane evacuation times, routes, and shelter demands for the residents' proposed development, and also to mitigate any negative impacts that may affect occupants of the residential units in the future. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? City staff.
Thank you, sir. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination again. Can everyone see my screen? Great. Going over case REZ 21-36, the applicant here is Courtney Poe, also the representative. The property address is again 2311 North Riverside Drive. This is proposing a rezoning from RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family. Again, this being a Euclidean, no waivers are permitted. Going ahead, here's the aerial map. You'll see overhead view of the property outlined here in red. The property is 100 feet in width and 150 feet in length with a total area of 15,000 square feet. Moving along to the next slide. You will see also the lot here. Lots 13 and 14 are on Block M. The property is currently occupied with a detached single-family residential use home. The property is located here on the northeast corner of West Francis Avenue and North Riverside Drive. It is surrounded by detached single-family residences to the north, south, west, and east, all in the RS60 zoning district. For the overall analysis of the case, 282 homes were looked at. 138, or 49% of those homes, were developed with a width of 60 feet or greater. 144 of those homes, or 51%, had a width of 59.99 feet or less. The subject block contains 9 total zoning lots. Out of those 9, 100% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater. Staff finds the proposed request for the rezoning inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the area as per that block. Looking here at the site, frontal view, to the south, residential single family. To the southeast, you also have residential single family. And to the northwest of the site, you also have residential single family. As I said before, Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please reference findings by Development Coordination related to the existing development pattern in the immediate area, as shown before. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Hi, good evening. My name is Courtney Poe. I am the applicant and the future owner of 2311 North Riverside Drive. We are asking that the rezone be completed from RS60 to RS50 in order for us to split the lot so we can build our dream home on half of the lot. As we've talked about, and thank you, Zane, for sharing that information, this is an over 15,000 square foot lot. So we currently live in Ridgewood Park, and this is one of the largest lots in the neighborhood. So we were very excited to find it in hopes that we could split this lot and build our home on one side to help mitigate the cost. This is an insanely deep lot, so it's 150 feet deep, which is, a standard lot size would be 60 by 100 if it was RS60. So even if we split the lot, we would be at 7,500 square feet, where we would only need 6,000 square feet to conform to the neighborhood. As I mentioned earlier, we do live in the neighborhood now, and we live down the street. So this home has kind of been an eyesore for a lot of the people in the neighborhood. It's currently a non-conforming triplex that is sitting vacant, and we're trying to keep squatters out of it. But trying to figure out, so this is my first time rezoning a property, and we saw that it was listed as inconsistent with the neighborhood when we got the email, and it was kind of shocking to us because we're very familiar with the neighborhood since we live in the neighborhood. And as you can see here, the subject property, subject property is here, and the majority of these lots, especially close to where we currently live, are already non-conforming, so they may be zoned as RS60, but they are below that RS60 minimum frontage. So in my opinion, and I hope that you guys would agree, that this lot is so big and it's not being fully utilized, and it's kind of an eyesore. And I think that by improving it and splitting it and putting one house on each lot would improve the overall aesthetic of the neighborhood, and I think it would make everything much more beautiful, and I think a lot of neighbors would agree. Unfortunately, I don't think any are here tonight that can back us up, but we just really want to maintain the compatibility of the neighborhood, and as a non-conforming triplex currently being there, I think it's underutilized. There's a stop work order on it currently because it was not compatible when the current owner started work. So I guess that's really all I have to say, and if you guys have any questions, please let me know. I'm new at this, so I'm still kind of learning. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Dingfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Poe.
Thank
you. You sent out notice letters pursuant to the code, correct?
Correct, yes. And I heard some people do not do that correctly, but we have.
Okay. Probably approximately, what, 50 or more notice letters?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I believe it was somewhere in between 50 to 60.
Okay. And did you hear back from anybody? Did you have your phone number on there?
We got calls, just mostly curious neighbors, but I did go around and I knocked on a lot of doors to make sure that this was something that people agreed with. We were told that was something you should do, and we know our neighborhood really well, and we go to all the events, so we were kind of like, hey, we're aiming to shoot this, split this lot in two so we can build on one side. And we got a really good feedback, and there has been a lot of development in the neighborhood. It's a really hot area, the people are really friendly, and obviously it's walkable. So everybody wants to live there.
Could you put the map up again and point to the
definitely.
subject lot? I'm having a little trouble
I know, it's
seeing
kind of
it.
hard to see. It's this one right here with the stripes through it. So you can see it's quite large. And then this one is, oh, thank you. Does that help?
And is the property immediately to the south in the yellow?
Yes.
Is that?
That's currently a vacant lot.
Okay, is that a 50-foot lot,
That is,
to the best of your knowledge?
oh, I'm not sure. Hang on, I think there's a key on here.
It's hard to tell on the colors.
Yeah, I think that one may be an RS60. I do know the one behind is a 50 here, so subject property, and I know that they're rent here. The Aherns live here, and they have a 50-foot lot with a newer construction home, another here, and then the Castros.
Oh,
And
yeah, okay, so the light blue is.
Correct, I know
is
it's kind of hard to see, sorry
is
about
the
that.
50.
Correct.
Okay, so when you walked around the neighborhood, did anybody object?
No, I mean, neighbors kind of love us, so I hope not. I don't think anybody did. We got a lot of calls because people were just very curious, because that house has been, I guess it was formerly a halfway house, and now it's a non-conforming triplex. So people were very curious what's happening with it, because it's kind of an eyesore, I guess, at current state.
So you're gonna build your house on it?
Yes,
and
we
sell
hope
off-
to take the corner lot, if you see fit.
And you're gonna sell off the other one or build?
Yes, no, we have to sell it. It's pretty expensive, so unfortunately, we can't build just one massive house on it, but
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you.
Anyone else for the applicant? All right. Anyone on the second floor in reference to this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. There is no one else to speak on behalf of this item. Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk, anybody registered for this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Move close. Ms. Maniscalco has moved and Mr. Miranda seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. We'll go back to Ms. Maniscalco. Number 7, you would please, sir.
I have an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2311 North Riverside Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60, residential single family, to RS50, residential single family, providing an effective date. I believe the applicant has met their burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code. I find that it's consistent with land use objective 2.1 and policy 2.12 and housing policy 1.34, which encourages the infill development on underutilized sites. It is mentioned that this is a non-conforming triplex with a history of issues, so this would improve the neighborhood. Consistent with land use objective 9.2, there is clearly an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes considering the size of this lot, the depth that was mentioned, and I think that would be it.
Mr. Dingfelder, you recognize.
Right. I'll second the motion if it hasn't been seconded already. And specifically, I'll support the motion. Normally, I'm not thrilled about lot splits, especially when staff has shown that it's, to a certain extent, at least statistically inconsistent with the surrounding area. However, there doesn't seem to, that's a very active neighborhood, and they do come out on occasion when they don't like something. So clearly they've been noticed. They're not here tonight. They're not objecting. We don't have any letters in the file of objection. So that does influence me. And I agree with Mr. Maniscalco. I think that perhaps one of the reasons that they're not objecting is the fact that the single structure that straddles the property right now is less than desirable. So, in light of that, I can support the motion.
Mr. Maniscalco has moved the motion. Mr. Dingfelder has seconded. Roll call, please.
Carlson,
Yes.
Viera, Cedro,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Goode,
Yes.
Miranda, and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 15th at 9:30 a.m.
All right.
Looks like you found a new calling.
Thank you so much. Very excited.
Item number 8.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over case REZ 21-37. This for 412 West Park Avenue, proposed rezoning from RM16 to RM18. I will now pass along to the Planning Commission. Danny.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. The closest public recreation facility is Robert Gardner Park, being located approximately a quarter mile to the east of the subject site. The closest public transit stop is located 0.1 miles to the west of the subject site on North Boulevard. The subject site is within a level C evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject sites outlined in this purple color. It's on the south side of West Park Avenue, and the surrounding development pattern is predominantly residential. Here is the adopted future land use map. Currently the subject site's under the residential 35 future land use designation. As you move west of North Boulevard, parcels are recognized under that residential 10. And then a couple blocks to the south of the subject site are parcels recognized under the RMU 100 designation. The proposed rezoning would allow consideration of 3 residential units on the subject site at an overall density of 16 dwelling units per acre. This is compatible with the underlying future land use designation and will not alter the character or development pattern of this portion of the Tampa Heights Urban Village. Though the proposed zoning district RM118 is not present in the surrounding area, it is comparable with the surrounding RM16 zoning district. Multifamily is encouraged in the residential 35 designation to provide a higher density where greater residential development is desired. And this is land use policy 9.6.3. This rezoning will provide more residential housing choices for existing and future populations, while also creating additional opportunities within an area of the city in which the comprehensive plan seeks to provide a mix of housing types and direct the greatest share of growth, which is consistent with the compact city form strategy. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? We'll hear from city staff.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen? Wonderful. Thank you so much. REZ 21-37. Applicant is JPF Real Estate Development. Representative name is John N. LaRocca from Murphy LaRocca Consulting Group, INC. Property address is 412 West Park Avenue. There's a rezoning from RM16, Residential Multifamily 16, to RM18, Residential Multifamily 18. This being a Euclidean, there are no waivers permitted. If you look at the aerial map right here, you'll see the subject property outlined here in red. It faces West Park Avenue to the north. To the west, you'll have North Boulevard running north and south. To the east, you'll have North Massachusetts Avenue. And then to the south, you'll have West Ross Avenue. And down here is Armature Works. The site is 60 feet in width and 132 feet in depth for a lot area of 7,920 square feet. The property is currently occupied by a detached single-family structure. The property is surrounded by single-family dwellings to the north, south, east, and west in this RM16 zoning district. As you see the current structure. Going on site, I took a picture of the site itself. To the west of the site, you have the single-family residential. To the north of the site, you also have that single-family residential across the street. And then to the east of the site, again, you have the residential homes. The development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Code ordinances. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen?
Yes.
Mr. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I don't understand, Zane, is as I looked at the aerial, can you put the aerial back on?
Can I please have control of the screen again?
You still have control, Zane.
I still do? Okay, wonderful. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Great. All right, Ariel.
Okay, can you zoom in on that a little tighter on the,
Can we zoom in here?
no?
I don't believe I could zoom in on this.
All right. Well, it's a little hard to see, but you've been out there obviously taking pictures. I've had complaints from that neighborhood generically about these large multifamilies being built inconsistent with the single family, traditional single family up and down these streets. And most of them that I can recall did not come to council. They must have come through a different route. But here we are with this one that under the existing RM16 allows a duplex, 2 units on a 60-foot lot, but they're actually asking for 3 units according to the staff report for this 60-foot lot. But it appears to me, in looking up and down that street, I can't swear to it, but you know, and I don't want to testify, Mr. Shelby. That's why I'm asking you, Zane. It appears to me there's a lot of single-family detached on that block, on both sides, north and south. So why all of a sudden they're allowed to build 2 units? Why all of a sudden are we saying that 3 units is consistent with the comp plan and all of our goals and objectives?
Looking at it here, I do understand what you're saying, but the consistency matrix allows them to do up to 3 units there, so.
I understand that, but we're, you know, we need, you're trained and educated as a planner, and what I'm talking about is good planning. And from a planning perspective, and looking at those policies, we have a lot of policies that speak to neighborhood consistency. And like I say, I'm getting objections in that area from people in Ross and Francis and Park that say that their neighborhood is, you know, is getting overrun with big, you know, I don't know, that's going to be a very large monolithic structure by the time you go 3 floors, you know, 35 feet with I don't even know how you get 3 units on there. It's 60 feet wide. But anyway, I'm just wondering if those are considerations that staff has discussed.
It was, and it was also analyzed and looked at, but via the consistency matrix, as of the code, you are allowed to do up to that many units.
Well, okay, so you're allowed to do it, but you don't, but
Correct.
You're allowed to do it under the comprehensive plan, but there's nowhere in the code that says that when it comes to rezoning, that we are required to allow the max, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, Mr. Dingfelder, you brought up an interesting point. Mr. W., I'm not testifying, I'm just giving a fact. I grew up at 306 West Park, and my uncle lived across the street at 305 West Park. So I know Park Avenue very, very well.
And in Monopoly or
very,
Park
very,
Place?
all the way, I know it. Avocado trees, the houses are now all the way up to the front easement, because it used to be way in the back. So I know it very well. So I understand where you're going with that, and the consistency seems to have changed on some of those blocks. So you would be correct with what you're stating, and what staff needs to realize and look at that too, because we keep saying consistency of the neighborhood. It seems that it is changing some of the neighborhood when you look in that area on Park Street. My grandmother lived on Ross, so I'm very familiar with that area. So I think Mr. Dingfelder does have a point that, yeah, we're doing stuff because of comprehensive plan, but we keep saying consistency of neighborhoods.
And,
So-
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Two things. Number one is you do have the opportunity to elicit statements or facts from everyone who testifies, whether they're staff or the petitioner's representative. And also just a reminder that ultimately the petitioner has not addressed council yet, so you may want to address these issues with the petitioner, and also that ultimately your decision has to be based on competent, substantial evidence in the record. So whatever it takes for that to be in the record is what you must rely on.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby.
Thank you.
Anything else from staff, for staff? We'll hear from the applicant.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes,
This
sir.
is John LaRocca, agent for the owner applicant, JPF Real Estate Development. My address is 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, downtown Tampa, and I've been sworn. The Planning Commission staff and the Development Coordination staff have made their presentations, and I am assuming all of us have the reports. And I'm not going to read every policy, every objective, but tell you a little bit about the site and why the applicant is interested in rezoning to RM18 from RM16. There is one correction on page 1 of the staff report, of the Development Coordination staff report, that, and I think comments were correct this evening, that there is a duplex on the property or a 2-unit structure. The address is in the summary of the request on page 1, actually 412 West Park Avenue, and there is a 2-unit structure on the property now. The area, we've studied the area. The applicant, who has owned the property for a number of years now and has maintained it as and purchased it as a 2-unit structure, is recognizing the changes that are occurring not only through allowances in the comp plan, but the general character of the expanding urban core. This site is 1 block north of the Heights development, and specifically Armature Works, at a very high land use intensity. The comprehensive plan, and again, I can show you all the maps again, but it's in your packet, and both the Planning Commission and the Development Coordination staff attested to that, is that the area is a core of R35, residential 35, that does allow consideration of higher intensity. It is the intent, although this is a Euclidean request, it is the intent of the owner to develop the site with 1 additional unit toward the rear. The lot is 130 feet deep, and to add a 2nd unit at the rear of the site with first level parking. Parking will be accommodated. There are no waivers that are being sought or will be sought. Otherwise, the development wouldn't fit. If it didn't fit, we'd be looking at something else, or we wouldn't be pursuing this. There's been some preliminary work done. That work suggests that the site can be developed, that will be improved to be consistent more than what it is now as basically a boxy 2-unit structure with not much character to it. The attempt will be made as an upgrade to the property that will give it some tendency to create some architectural significance, albeit this is a Euclidean district and we can't commit to that right now, but that is the intent, and I'll state that for the record. The area is changing. The area has been clarified, if you will, if you go back into the history and read the Planning Commission's report about the goals, objectives, and policies that are established for the residential 35 in that particular area. And I'd like to read just one paragraph at the conclusion, rather than reading all the policies of why I believe it's consistent. I refer to the document. I agree with all the land use policies, and not to read them to be repetitive. I do want to read on page 5 of the Planning Commission's report, in bold print, right before the recommendation of consistency, is that multifamily is encouraged in the residential 35 future land use designation to provide a higher density where greater residential development is desired, specifically land use policy 9.6.3. This rezoning will provide more residential housing choices for existing and future population growth while also creating additional housing opportunities within an area of the city in which the comprehensive plan seeks to provide a mix of housing types and direct the greatest share of growth, consistent with the compact city form strategy, as was mentioned by Danny Collins earlier. And of course, written into that paragraph are the various policies. I'd like to summarize by saying that, yes, there are single-family detached homes on that block of varying ages and varying conditions, but the owner of the property today is wanting to make an improvement of this property, and to make that improvement felt it would be consistent with the residential 35 classification and it would be completely compatible with that, with a density that would be at about 16.5 units per acre, slightly higher than the RM16 that exists now, but would allow the third unit to improve that site to look toward the future with how that area will be developed consistent with the long-range comprehensive plan adopted through the history of that process. I respectfully request consideration of this approval. It is found inconsistent by the Planning Commission staff and the Development Coordination staff and by all departments. Again, people may not have chosen to call, but we notified all the neighborhood associations. I've had 2 calls, and the calls were simply inquiries about what exactly is proposed in the RM18, and I answered the question. There was no comment made to me. So we respectfully request consideration of this rezoning from RM16 to RM18, consistent with the residential 35 comp plan designation, and I'll be available to answer questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the council?
Yeah, I just have one question.
You recognize, sir.
Mr. LaRocca, good evening. Under the existing zoning of the RM16, okay, your client could build a 2-unit side-by-side attached townhome. Okay, but I guess what you're trying to add is that third unit in the backyard.
Correct, on a second floor unit.
I just want to make it abundantly clear, it's not that we're forcing him to do a single-family unit, because we're not. Under the existing zoning, he could build a side-by-side townhome, and that's an opportunity. Tear down the existing duplex, which I'm sure, perhaps many people in the neighborhood, I didn't look at it, so I don't know what it looks like. You're saying it would be an improvement to tear it down, and I'll take your word for it, but it's not like there's no other choice for this developer. They could build, he or she could build a 2-unit side-by-side duplex. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And the intent, though, is not, again, to answer that question, the intent, and to be clear about it at this point, is not to tear it down, but to add a third unit to the rear and improve the facade that faces the street in compliance with all the standards.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, is there anyone on the second floor in reference to this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. There is no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Anyone registered to speak on this item?
We did have Jean Strohmeyer, but she's not logged on.
Move close.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Maniscalco, move to close. Mr. Miranda, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Carlson, would you read this item?
Yes, I'd like to move file number REZ 21-37, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 412 West Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
Mr. Carlson, let's move this. Mr. Maniscalco, second. That's your hand to say something?
Question on the motion.
Recognize.
So, my point earlier, and perhaps now for the third or fourth time, is, and I came across some language that I won't claim as mine, but I think it's relevant, and so I'll paraphrase it. And the language is as follows: while the proposed rezoning may be allowed for consideration under the existing future land use designation, and the Planning Commission staff concluded that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the future land use category, then in this case, in my opinion, I would find that the maximum density and permitted under the proposed rezoning is not compatible with the existing pattern of development characterized by this proposal. And I think that's my point is I don't, I think building a new duplex, or in this case, leaving the existing duplex, is consistent with what's going on in this neighborhood. I think a third unit on a 60-foot lot, I just think is not consistent. It might be consistent in some, future context, and maybe that's what the comp plan's about. Comp plan looks at a 20-year horizon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that in this particular year, 2021, that's where this neighborhood is at. And I don't feel comfortable, cramming in that kind of density, on this property at this time. And as I stated, not on any case in particular, but I have been hearing from this neighborhood that they are not happy at all with the changing of the character of this neighborhood. So I respectfully, and Mr. LaRocca knows I respect him greatly, respectfully cannot support the motion.
Mr. Carlson has read the motion. Mr. Maniscalco, second. Roll call vote.
Citro.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
No.
Goode.
No.
Miranda.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Vieira and Carlson. Motion carried with Vieira being absent. Dingfelder and Goose voted no. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 15th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, thank you, sir. Item number 9.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item number 9, REZ 21-39. This is for 201, 205, and 207 South Armenia Avenue and 2506 Cleveland Street, proposing a rezoning from PD to PD. I will pass it along to Planning Commission. Danny?
This is Danny Collins with the Planning Commission staff. Before we get started, I want to mention a few changes to our report for the record. The consistency finding in the original report in the summary table on the front page is incorrect. Our consistency finding should be inconsistent. The finding also the removal of the grand oak trees described in the last paragraph do not present any comp plan related issues. So those were omitted from the report in the revised report, and that report was submitted for the record. This case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Palma Sea Pines neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is Villa Brothers Park, being located half a mile to the north of the subject site. The closest public transit stop is located 540 feet to the south of the subject site on South Armenia Avenue. The site is within a level C evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. It's on the southwest corner of South Armenia Avenue and West Cleveland Street. It's outlined in this purple color. You'll see there's predominantly non-residential uses along South Armenia Avenue and also along West Cleveland Street. Here's the adopted future land use map, majority of the subject site is currently under the UMU 60 future land use designation, and 0.14 acres recognized under the residential 20 future land use designation. UMU 60 found along South Armenia Avenue north of West Platte Street. And then as you move west along Cleveland Avenue, it transitions to residential 20, and then over to residential 35 as you move west. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and filed the proposal the density that is allowed within the residential 20 portion of the site. The residential 20 designation or designated portion of the site can be considered for a maximum potential dwelling units. However, approximately fourths of a third unit is located within the residential 20 portion of the site. The comp plan seeks to ensure that any development shall not exceed the densities and intensities as defined in the future land use categories. I do want to mention there is a pending plan amendment to allow proportionate weight of density and intensity. The subject site is within one or more future land use categories in the Central Tampa Planning District. This would apply to this rezoning, however, it's currently pending. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Dingfelder, you recognize, sir.
Just procedurally, I'm looking on SIRE, and I don't see the Planning Commission report attached to the, usually it's attached to the staff report, but I don't see it. So I just want to make sure that it is part of the record. And Danny, if you could retrace the reason you're finding it inconsistent is because the numbers don't add up, and specifically, what are the numbers?
Currently, there's two future land use categories that consist of the subject site, and within the residential 20 portion of the site can be considered for 2 dwelling units. There's a third unit, about 3/4 of a third unit encroaches into that residential 20. So that is inconsistent with, it exceeds the density anticipated under the residential 20.
So that's that little jog to the west there?
Correct.
And does, so you don't look at the total numbers? You're just looking at what's being proposed on that little segment? Is that how you evaluate it?
Currently, we look at, we have a breakdown, and this is under the context section of a report that kind of describes it. We break down each category within the site and what can be considered within those portions of the site. There is no blending provision currently that would allow it to blend the UMU 60 into the residential 20. So we have to go by what's allowed in each category within the site.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dingfelder, I believe Mr. Shelby had a question. You're recognized, sir.
Yes, Mr. Collins, could you just please, for council's sake, just clarify procedurally, you said there's a related plan amendment or future land use plan amendment associated with this?
That's a text amendment.
A text amendment.
That's out there still floating around.
It's not associated with this rezoning. However, there is a pending text amendment to the comp plan. It will be transmitted to City Council on June 24th. And then an adoption hearing in September. And then if there's no problems with DEO, it would go in effect 2 months after the adoption hearing. So it's currently pending. You will be seeing it within the next few weeks.
And what effect, if I may ask, and the relevance to this particular rezoning, why do you raise that now?
I just wanted to mention that there's an upcoming amendment that would allow blending within the Central Tampa Planning District across future land use designations.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Understood. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Collins? We're for city staff now.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over case REZ 21-39. We have the applicant here, ONYX and East. The representative name is David Mechanic. Property addresses 201, 205, and 207 South Armenia Avenue and 2506 Cleveland Street. This is a proposed rezoning from PD, Planned Development, Residential Single Family Attached, to PD, Planned Development, Residential Single Family Attached. Let me note here on the record that the 3 waivers here are from a past PD. This does not belong to this PD. This belongs to the past PD Z0571. The new waivers requested, we have 4 here from Natural Resources, and I know Mary is going to want to speak on that. and then one from parking waiver, and then one ground floor entrance. Looking over here at the overhead site plan, you see the entrances facing the street. Here also you'll see the parking and the structures. So the request here for the PD is to request to construct 20 single-family attached dwelling units. The subject site is right now 0.78 acres or 33,951 square feet. It's located at the southwest corner of West Cleveland Street and South Armenia Avenue. The project proposes construction of 4 3-story townhouses, residential buildings. The proposed heights of these buildings are 45 feet tall, with setbacks to the south, south of 5 feet, west of 5 feet, east of 10 feet, and north of 10 feet. Vehicular access to the site is proposed on West Cleveland Street. One of the waivers is a total of 45 parking spaces, including 5 guest spaces, are required, and only 40 spaces are being provided through a combination of garages and surface parking here. As we see the site here, overhead view, it's outlined in the red. You'll see West Kennedy above. You'll see South Armenia to the east. You'll see South Tampania to the west. And also you'll see Park City Way down there to the south. When I went out to the site is current standing. To the north of the site, you can see buildings, hospital, commercial. South of the site, see residential. And you see the intersection to the east of the site with South Armenia and West Cleveland Street. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request consistent with the applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. Should be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the waivers and application. Further modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between the first and second reading. I believe Kate Wells from Legal and also Mary from Natural Resources have comments. Thank you, and I'm available also.
Ms. Wells, you're recognized.
Thank you, Zane. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For purposes of tonight's hearing, City Council is the final interpreter of the city's comprehensive plan. The application before you proposes a total density of 20 dwelling units to be distributed throughout a unified site plan controlled zoning lot. And as staff noted, the requested density is substantially less than the maximum density permitted in R20 and UMU 60 land use categories, and less than the density approved for development back in 2005. Support for the concept of blending of density can be found in the Land Development Code and in the Comprehensive Plan. In 2013, Section 27-12 was added to the code to address situations where a zoning lot contains 2 or more zoning designations with different density regulations, and expressly allows the total permitted density to be distributed throughout the zoning lot without regard to the zoning district boundaries. When I spoke with Mr. Collins earlier today, he described the issue regarding density in the R20 portion of the parcel as a technical issue and confirmed that there is a provision in the comprehensive plan, policy 5.1.6, which allows the blending of density in urban villages. And as he mentioned this evening, there is a text amendment in process that similarly addresses the ability to blend density in the central planning district. So while I recognize that this parcel is not located in an urban village and the text amendment has not yet been completely processed, ultimately City Council gets to make the final decision on whether the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. There was someone else needed to speak from city staff? Mary?
I believe Mary from Natural Resources wanted to speak. Mary?
Oops. Good evening, Council. Mary Danielewicz Bryson with the City of Tampa Natural Resources. I'm here to speak regarding the grand tree on the site. The grand tree in 2018 was evaluated by Dave Riley and determined to be condition B8, which was a good condition. Our arborist, Jackie Hartley, went out and reviewed the tree. It is now rated a C8. It has declined. The petitioner has hired Joe Samnick to evaluate the tree, and he has also concluded the tree's probably about a C8 and is in a state of decline. It's in the process of retrenching. There has poor root flare. There is common indications of decay, cavity openings within the tree, and he found that based on the decline of the tree and the development occurring around this tree will hasten the decline, which I do agree with. So there is a waiver on the site plan in regards to removing a non-hazardous grand tree. Trees that are rated C9 or worse are allowed to be removed with just notice. And this tree is rated as C8. So the waiver on the site plan is to remove a non-hazardous grand tree, but it's very close to being at the level where they could remove it without a waiver and with just notice.
Mr. Dingfelder, recognized.
Mary, thank you. Based upon all that, is there, I can see where we would allow for the removal of the grand. Two questions. One, is it a live oak or a laurel oak? And number two is there a contribution to the Tree Trust Fund resulting from the removal?
Yes, it is a sand live oak. So although it is a species that is usually hardier than a laurel oak, say, to speak, it has asphalt all up to the trunk and has not been taken care of and is in a severe state of decline. Yes, there is a note on the site plan in regards to paying into Tree Trust.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions, gentlemen? All right, let's move on.
Are you all ready for
We're
me?
ready.
Okay, sorry, I didn't
Sworn
hear
in?
you.
Get you sworn in, Mr. McKenna.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Onyx.
Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Buchanan,
Yep.
we got to get you sworn in, sir.
Oh, yep, sorry.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. Mr. Chairman, council members, I'm here, David Mechanic, on behalf of the applicant Onyx and East. With me is Jacob Egan, who I didn't see whether he was sworn in, but if he speaks, we will ask him to do that. I also have with me Gregory Roth, a professional engineer with Bowler Engineering, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and Joe Samnick, certified arborist. We are here asking for approval for 20 townhomes. Before I ask Greg to present the site plan and walk you around the site, I'd like to just address a few items in the staff report. As Zane mentioned, the list of waivers that were previously approved, the PD on this site, are not waivers we are requesting. And I just wanted to make that clear. They were listed in the report, but they're not ones that we are asking. I think Mary did a very good job of clarifying her report, and I appreciate that. Regarding the consistency determination, or I should say, recommendation from the Planning Commission. I think Kate did an excellent job of describing the legal status, and I think I would just want to underscore the point she made, that it is within your discretion to determine that our request is consistent. And I would just point out, we are asking for 20 units, 20 townhome units. The comprehensive plan for this site would allow a total of 33 units, so we are not trying to cram every unit we could possibly do onto this piece of property. This is a reasonable density proposal. And I would also just note that the Planning Commission found that the proposed use was consistent with the development pattern in the area, and as I just mentioned, is well within the overall density limitation of the site as a whole. At this time, and I would just like to state for the record that we agree with the changes to the site plan that we are listed in the staff report, and we will make those changes between first and second reading should council approve this application on first reading this evening. At this point, I would ask Greg Roth to take you all on a tour of the site and show you what the project will be. Thank you.
All right, if you're gonna have these gentlemen speak, let's go ahead and swear them all at one time, Mr. Mechanic. I see Roth, Yates, Semnick, and Egan. Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Roth, you may continue, sir.
All right, Greg Roth with Bowler Engineering have been sworn in, and I'd like to request control of the screen. Then let me know when you can see my screen. Ready. All right, can you see it now? Is that yes?
No.
That's sharing. What now?
IT, is that on our end or his end?
Just show my screen.
There
Click
it is.
it.
Here we go. All right.
All right. All right. So, as mentioned, we are looking to redevelop the southwest corner of Armenia Avenue and Cleveland Street. Existing today is a vacant lot. We are proposing 20 townhomes, and as you can see, we are proposing access off of Cleveland Street. We have a combination of 2-car garage and 1-car garage units that are accessed by driveways internally. We have 4 guest parking spaces on the west side of the site. And we do have 1 access point, which adequately serves. We are closing down a driveway that currently exists on Armenia today. Around the site, obviously, there's Armenia. To the west of us, there is a David Weekley townhome development that's under construction now. And I'll run through a couple of renderings. So this is a look of the site. I'm looking down at it across Armenia here. The next would be at the intersection, street view, looking across the street, any corner.
We're not seeing anything.
as people can see your screen. Can you see it now?
Just the site plan.
How about now?
No, sir.
You need to give me, I still have access, as people can see your screen. All you're seeing is a site plan?
Yes, sir, so all we can see is your first
Nothing, no, nothing is on there.
now. It's off the screen now. Mr. McKenna, is anybody?
How about now?
No, we still can't see it. All right, Mr. Kenny, is there anybody else you want to speak on this item tonight? Well,
Just to wrap up from a site plan standpoint, we did touch on a few waivers being requested, one of those being a parking reduction waiver. We did originally have 5 guest parking spaces. We reduced that to 4 in an effort to increase the green space on the site. We also, based on, there's some conversation on the existing grand oak tree and it being in declining health, even if we made an attempt to preserve the tree, based on its location on the parcel in relation to any proposed development, it would be extremely difficult to maintain that as you start to remove the asphalt pavement that's adjacent to the trunk of the tree currently, as well as any proposed development and regrading of the site. It would even further decline the tree. In regards to the waiver to pay into the tree trust fund, it is our intent to plant as many of trees on site as possible. The intent of this waiver is just to provide the opportunity to accommodate, to the extent that we are not able to accommodate every tree that needs to be mitigated when we go to design the site and propose a landscape. With that, I'll turn it back over.
Okay, thank you, Greg. At this point, I would just like to address the waivers. The first waiver is the code requires that the units face a public right-of-way. So the waiver is requesting that 6 units out of the 20 would not face the right-of-way. And if you can see the site plan or recall what it looked like, because of the configuration of the property, it is not possible to have every unit face the right-of-way. I mean, the only way you could actually accomplish that is if you had a very shallow and long parcel that ran along the street. And most parcels, which are either rectangular or square, cannot meet that requirement. And I would point out, again, we are only asking for 20 units out of a possible 33, so that it's not as if we're trying to cram more units on the site to maximize density. But we do need the waiver for the 6 units. Similarly, Greg mentioned we have a parking reduction, which is small, only 11% reduction, as well as a reduction of green space, which is also very small. And as you've heard me say before, on many zoning applications, your parking and green space requirements are very suburban in nature, and we are dealing with urban infill sites, and it's very hard to find a land to meet all these requirements. And so these waivers are frequently necessary in projects of this type. My client, Jacob Egan, is here to speak to the parking waiver regarding the experience he's had in other projects regarding the small reduction that we are seeking. Mr. Egan, would you like to just speak to that briefly?
Yeah, good evening. Just really quickly, we have a project about 1.5 miles northeast of this site. It had a 10-space reduction. It came out to about 13%. We are built out and have had no issues with guest parking at that community. And, you know, I think that's our local experience and most recent experience of a similar product nearby.
Okay, thank you. I think Mary's discussion of the removal of the non-hazardous grand tree was more than adequate to demonstrate the need to remove this tree. I would just emphasize, as Greg pointed out, the tree is located in the middle of the footprint of a building and just could not be saved as part of this project. But as stated by Mary, the tree is in very poor condition at this point. And as Greg also mentioned, we will be fully mitigating for impacts to trees by planting on site to the extent that is possible. But we do seek the waiver in the event that we cannot fit all the trees on the replacement trees on site. We would pay into the city's tree bank. And finally, I just wanted to clarify, we are no longer asking for a waiver to reduce the percentage of trees to be preserved on the site because the staff determined that that requirement was not applicable to this property. And at this point, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, and we respectfully request your approval. We believe this project will be a welcome addition to the area and a very attractive asset to the city. Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Mechanic. I was a little confused, David, by the notes around the periphery, specifically on Armenia and Cleveland. So you've got 14 units that, 5 units facing Cleveland and another 9 on the Armenia side. And very specifically, what I'm hoping your notes make reference to is the fact that all of those exterior units would have gates, pedestrian gates leading to the outside, leading to the sidewalk. Because obviously this project, I think, is within a block or two of Publix, and within 2 or 3 blocks of Howard Avenue. And I think we should do everything in our design to encourage pedestrian use. So the reason I'm confused is it says optional 6-foot-high masonry wall with gates, and then it says PROP 6-foot-high masonry wall with gates, and I don't really understand that.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask Mr. Roth to comment on that, but I would want to just point out that all of the external units, the 14 units that are facing Armenia and Cleveland, have sidewalks and will have direct connection to the public sidewalk. Mr. Roth, do you want to comment on that?
Well, that's really my most important concern.
Yes.
Yep, there will be pedestrian connectivity directly to the right-of-way. The gates are a sure thing. The only part that was added as optional is the materiality. And that's why with the 6-foot-high masonry wall with the gates, that's why there was an optional text put in there. But the gates are a sure thing, and the pedestrian access from the units to the right-of-way is going to happen.
Okay, David, maybe that language can be cleaned up or tightened up a little bit, so the gates are going to be there. It's just a question of what your material is on the walls.
Yes, sir. We will do that. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Anybody else? Mr. Citro, you're recognized, sir.
Yes, Mr. Roth, I saw in your site plan that there were four parking spaces that had the letter C. I hope those stood for charging stations.
They stand for compact.
Darn.
Again,
I thought that you were
Randy
gonna
got it
start a
right.
trend.
Ding, 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 he got it right.
I thought you were gonna start a trend on that. And nothing to this petition, but I would like to see more and more development have charging stations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else, gentlemen? Anyone else? All right. Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item? Anyone to speak on this item on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. There is no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Anybody wish to speak?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Move to close.
Second.
Mr. Central got moved, Mr. Maniscalco, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carried. I think we left off with, Mr. Citro. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 21-39, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of, 201, 205, 207 South Armenia Avenue and 2506 West Cleveland Street, the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification PD, plan development, residential, single family attached, to PD, plan development, residential, single family attached, providing an effective date, including waivers and revisions between first and second reading, and I will give you my reasoning why now. Compliance with Land Development Code Section 21-136, proposed site plan control district, that the proposed use promotes the efficient and substantial use of the land and infrastructure, and the waivers as requested will not substantially interfere or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes?
Citro,
Yes.
Viera, Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carried with Viera being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 15th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Item number
Thank
10.
you. Thank you, council members.
Are you waiting on me?
Yes, sir. Item number 10.
Thank you, sir. File number SU2 21-02. This is for 3615 West Gandy Boulevard. This is for a drive-in window. Can I please have control of the screen, please? Danny, would you like to take control first?
You go ahead. Okay. This is Danny Collins with your planning commission's. I share my screen. Danny Collins with your planning commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the South Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Fair Manhattan Manor neighborhood. Foster Park is the closest public park, being located 3/4 of a mile to the west of the subject site. West Gandy Boulevard is transit emphasis corridor, specific policy direction which guides development along transit emphasis corridors, providing a comprehensive plan. There's a transit stop located along West Gandy Boulevard and Southdale Mabry Boulevard. The site is within a level B evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. It's just west of the intersection of West Gandy Boulevard and South Himes Avenue. It's outlined in this purple color. You'll see the West Gandy Boulevard is predominantly non-residential in character. Here is the adopted future land use map. Majority of the subject site is currently recognized under the UMU 60 future land use designation. And a portion of the subject site is currently under the residential 35 designation. The Planning Commission did an assessment of the area and has determined that the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern. This request supports policies in the plan with regard to improving the pedestrian environment. The proposal expands the existing pedestrian sidewalk that runs along the southern entrance to the grocery store westerly. This pedestrian connection will improve pedestrian connectivity to the adjacent shopping center to the west, and also improve pedestrian safety accessibility within the site. Furthermore, the proposed drive-through pharmacy is not adjacent to a public right-of-way, appropriately screened from West Gandy Boulevard, which meets the intent of land use policy 4.3.4. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, city staff.
Thank you so much. Can I please have control of the screen again? Wonderful. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, going over case SU 221-02. The applicant is Shagbark Properties, LLC. Representative name is Matthew Campo. Property address is 3615 West Gandy Boulevard. This is proposing going from CG Commercial General to having SU2 with a drive-in window. There are no proposed waivers. Looking at the overhead aerial view of the subject parcel, you'll see the current parcel is right now a Publix. The proposed special use area, it contains 7.03 acres and is currently occupied by a Publix. The subject property is located at the northwest corner of South Himes and West Gandy Boulevard. The development will include 61,409 square feet building and a drive-in window lane. The proposed development will have full access on both Gandy and also on Himes. The property is surrounded by CG, RS60, RM24, and CI zoning. The proposed request requires 246 parking spaces, and a total of 228 are provided at this time. As you see the overhead view, went out to the Publix. As you can see, the front view of a Publix. To the south, you have the parking lot, also Starbucks down there on the south side, and commercial across the street. To the east, you have Himes going north and south, and to the west, you have a Target right adjacent to the Publix. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request consistent with the applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. Should it be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the waivers and application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading. I also know that we have Jonathan Scott on from Transportation Engineering, if he would like to say anything.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention Jonathan Scott, City of Tampa Transportation Planning. We had made some comments for the petitioner to consider having vehicles come around from the back of the building, come out to the front, more in line with some other locations they have, like in Rivercrest and Riverview and stuff, just for extra safety. Since there's a lot of pedestrian and vehicle traffic around there, they were interested in that option, and I believe they have a presentation on justifying their request. But a lot of the pharmacies now are using, the drive-ins for more things than just drugs and stuff. That they do testing and vaccines. So I just wanted to mention those things. But I think the petitioner is going to present more on this, his justification. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions, gentlemen? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. We need you to get sworn in, please, though.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Michael Leeds with Shagbark Properties. I am the applicant on behalf of Publix Supermarkets, which is the property owner for this project. Publix currently operates, as staff has mentioned, a grocery store, and their plans are to have it torn down and rebuilt with a brand new, very, very nice new store and the new Publix Liquors next to it. At I've got Matthew Campo here with me and Matthew Way. Matthew Campo is going to talk a little bit about our request, and Matthew Way will talk about some of the particulars related to the drive-through function. Yeah, we'd like to share the screen, please. Do this. And then,
All right, we see it.
see, okay, great. So I'm gonna. What's that? It's right there. How do you get rid of that? Okay. Yeah, hold on.
All right, we see your site plan.
Everybody see that okay?
Yeah, we see the site plan.
So this is our site plan for the project. Obviously, the special use is really the primary, the drive-through, I should say, window is the primary purpose for the special use. But Publix and what they're proposing for this site is truly a reconstruction of the whole project. They're going to be redoing portions of the parking lot, obviously the entire building itself, and all new landscaping. So it's a makeover of the entire shopping center. The things we want to focus on in our presentation really has to do with the special use and the drive-through. In this particular image, there's three primary things within the city code as it relates to the drive-through. It's the spacing to the residential. We're 122 feet to the closest point of the drive-through. That's 50 feet is the code. We have about 259 feet of stacking, which is about 12 parking spaces. So, one of the criteria of the special use for the drive-through is adequate stacking. And then one of the other things is, access to local and collector roads, or collector and arterials, which were obviously on Hines and Gandy. So these are those three criteria that I just went through, and I kind of wanted you to see within the site plan the drive-through in a little more detail. So we've done this zoomed in view, just kind of depicting that 259 feet of queue, which equates to about 12 cars. We did do a detailed study of 5 different Publix locations to analyze the drive-through, analyze the number of trips and what type of stacking. We found the average stacking at these 5 Publix is about 75 feet. So this site provides quite a bit more stacking than what is required, but what is typical. The other thing we would like to do is, Jonathan Scott, just describe the location, which is Rivercrest Commons, where in this location as an example where vehicles could come from the rear. One thing, through the course of this project and speaking with Publix is Publix does not promote or even encourage people to go through the loading areas. They feel that's unsafe. And this project is a perfect example of the type of means they'll go to make sure that doesn't happen. This graphic we show just depicts the red arrows, which is the path that Publix wants on this particular project, vehicles to travel to get to the loading area. They also have in their parking lot 5 signs, all of which are directing vehicles to the north, around to the rear, and then back through the loading area and back through the pharmacy drive-through and not the loading area. So they go to a great length to make sure that happens. That is one of the reasons why when staff made the suggestion on the project that we're discussing, the discussion was that we would not go from the rear to the front just because of safety. And that's why we have this looped condition. These are just 2 pictures from the Rivercrest Commons. One just shows the sign. These are typical signs through the parking lot. The other one shows the pharmacy drive-through here on the right image. And they even have a lit pharmacy drive-through sign in the rear. So this is the measures they'll go to. So we wanted to show you some other examples where Publix shopping centers have similar configurations for the drive-through like we have for this project. So on the left-hand side of the Publix box, you can see the pharmacy drive-through. This has a situation where if you wanted to enter that drive-through, you're gonna come across the front lane, you're gonna do a loop type maneuver. You're crossing pedestrian crosswalks in both directions. So this is something that they've done before. This is similar to the arrangement that we're depicting with our proposed project. So you have pedestrian crossings with vehicle crossings, and then you have the pharmacy coming out into the main drive. So this is a good pattern. We have another example, which we think is even another step above this one. This is actually the new Gandy Publix on the west end of Gandy that was recently approved and constructed. And this location also has the same general looping type configuration where a patron would come in off the front drive, loop around and come through the pharmacy, never going behind the store. In all these cases, as well as our project, we would have the proper traffic control devices in place, crosswalks, signs, pavement markings as necessary to protect pedestrians, as well as, to direct the vehicle in the appropriate route. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hand it over to Matt Way, who's gonna speak with us about his traffic analysis and just kind of talk about some of the results we found and how they support our request.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, so to determine the amount of traffic.
1 second, sir, 1 second.
Just as a point of order, Mr. Campo, I was just curious, Mr. Chairman, do we have anybody waiting downstairs or on the line?
No one is registered to speak on this item.
Ms. Eileen, anybody on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. There is no one on the second floor, and have a wonderful evening.
Good night.
Councilman. Good night.
Mr. Campo, I was just curious if you might want to reserve for a rebuttal.
Yes, we can be reserved for rebuttal.
Just move to close? Move to close.
I guess there'd be any questions would be the only thing at this point.
All right, any questions as far as the presentation so far, gentlemen?
It's a Publix for a Publix.
Yeah, right.
Publix for a public.
We have nobody to speak on these items.
My only question, Mr. Campo, is my children used to feed the ducks there at that little pond, and I just want to make sure that ducks will be preserved, so.
Yes, they will be able to continue feeding the ducks.
Okay, well,
I was gonna say
now it's grandchildren, but anyway. All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
I have no other,
Pass that on to the generation.
I have no other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Move to close.
Mr. Maniscalco, move to close. Second, Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Mr. Miranda, could you do the honors for the evening, sir?
Yes, sir. Item number 10, file number file number SU 2-21-2. Orders being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance providing a special use permit, SU-2, approving a drive-in window in CG Commercial General Zonings District in the general vicinity of 3615 West Gandy Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from 1 thereof, providing an effective date.
Second.
I move this, and the findings of fact are that the compliance with applicable land use policy as noted in the Planning Commission staff report. The proposed special use is not adjacent to public right-of-way and is appropriate buffered by surrounding residents and would cause no adverse impact on these residents, meeting and intending the land use policy 4.3.4. It meets also the general standards of 27-129, and that's regarding the use located in commercial general zonings, does not request any waivers and meets the general standard section 27-129. The special use criteria 27-132, the special use is allowed for consideration in C general districts. The special use will have direct access to an arterial or collector street. The special use will have adjacent adequate space for vehicle to cliche. And the clearing lane and driving window are at least 50 feet from residential property to the north. Waivers are none.
Thank you, Mr. Miranda. Moved it. Mr. Dingfelder seconded. Roll call, please.
Dingfelder? Vieira? Maniscalco?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Booth?
Yes.
And Citro. Motion carried with Vieira being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 15th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. New business, Mr. Vieira.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you give me 2 seconds? I need to find, I have two motions. May I go after the next person?
Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you, sir.
No, sir, I don't have anything.
Mr. Carlson.
No, sir, thank you.
Mr. Citro.
Not tonight.
Mr. Dingfelder.
No, sir.
Mr. Miranda.
None, sir. We're betting
All right,
100.
all right. While Mr. Vieira is finding his paper, as you know, we have a special call meeting. I put out a memorandum for Monday, the 14th, June 14th, at 9 a.m. here at Old City Hall. I'd like to move this motion and have someone make the motion so we can move forward with the special meeting.
Vieira moves.
Second.
Mr. Vieira has moved it. Mr. Rand has seconded. Can I get a roll call on that, please?
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Ludes,
Yes.
Cedro,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Viera.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Vieira, you ready, sir?
Yes, sir, I am. I really appreciate it, and I thank you for your leadership there, Mr. Chairman. Just really fast, too, if I may. Considering the governor's recent transgender sports ban, I'd like to have a motion to have our good friends, they've addressed this before, at Metro Inclusive Health to provide a presentation to City Council on June 24th workshop for 5 minutes under mental health services to the LGBTQ community during Pride Month.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
And you know what, Mr. Chairman, actually, you know what, strike that. I motion to present the President's Volunteer Service Award to Eagle Scout Nicholas Michelini at our July 15th City Council meeting. Unfortunately, sir, if I may say so, that would be President Trump, not Biden, but that's all right.
Motion by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Mr. Shelby, you recognize, sir?
All right, was that July 15th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to confirm with council, looking at the calendar, there's a presentation of a commendation, and there's also a 5-minute presentation in honor of Disability Awareness Day. So this would be adding a third item, just to bring it to council's
Okay, well,
attention.
how about this? How about this? I'll table that, because I know we don't want to jam it up. We'll go back and look at other dates. So let me withdraw that if I may.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
And that's it. Thank you.
Move to receive and file by Mr. Maniscalco, second by
I
Mr.
noticed
Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
Heights, that we love it and go there all the time. So that's one comment. You know, the walkability and the charm of our, tree-lined streets is something that we want to preserve. For those, we've had people, tell us that, they are excited to see this process move forward, and others that have had concerns. Those concerns, as you may well understand, are the typical ones about the types of windows they could put in, or paint, or doors, or those type of aesthetics to their homes. But when we talk about it, when staff from Dennis's office and others talk about it, and they understand what goes into this, most are in favor of seeing this move forward because they want the ability to, not have a developer come in and put up whatever they want.